1 star.
Se ofrecen servicios de interpretación en español para esta reunión del Consejo Municipal por teléfono. Marque el número 720-386-9023 y utilice el código 104091 estrella.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. The city clerk is the host of the Zoom meeting. Speakers will be able to unmute themselves when recognized. This time, I will call the meeting to order and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Huseman.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas.
Present.
Councilmember Madera.
Present.
Councilmember Davis. Councilmember Noble.
Present.
Councilmember Hurst.
Present.
Councilmember Grimes.
Present.
Councilmember Ford.
Present.
Councilmember Douglas.
Present.
Mayor Huseman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, sir. This time, I'm looking for a motion and a second to excuse the member not present. Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Grimes.
A second.
I have a motion and a second to excuse the member not present. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. All right, we have a full agenda this evening to include one item that I think is going to go a little bit later probably than anticipated, so we're going to try to move through this agenda as orderly and efficiently as possible. We're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Would like to invite all those present and remote to join us in a moment of silence in the Pledge of Allegiance. Also would like to take a moment during that moment of silence and recognize former Mayor Pro Tem of the City of Commerce City, Scott Jakewith, who passed away. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. All public comment will occur during citizen communication except for public hearings. Persons who registered to speak under multiple items will be allowed to speak multiple times. Per council policy, citizen communication is the time on our agenda for the public to address council on business and affairs of the city. The city council is not able to hear any comments at this time on land use matters that are before or may come before council. Please reserve such comments for the appropriate public hearing. As a reminder, we take your comments seriously, but do not generally respond to comments until later in the evening. Council must wait until administrative council business to take action in response to citizen communication. Council members can ask questions of speakers if desired. The city needed advanced registration in order to participate virtually in citizen communication for this meeting. If you are currently in the Zoom meeting to speak during citizen communication, please listen for me to call your name and the clerk will unmute you so you may begin. If you do not respond or are disconnected, you may miss your chance to comment. Those attending in person to speak during citizen communication will be called upon after virtual comment has concluded. Please give your name and address for the record and keep your comments limited to 3 minutes. If a council member wants to ask questions, please ask to be recognized when the speaker is finished. This evening online, we have Doreen Armelin.
Doreen, if you're in the Zoom meeting, you can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Doreen? Mayor Huseman, I do not see Doreen in the meeting.
Thank you, sir. All right, for our in-person speaking, we have Richard Frank to speak on Ordinance 2379.
My name is Richard Frank at 4340 East Perry Parkway, Greenwood Village, 80121. I thought this item was going to come up at the end of the meeting, but I'm here to talk about the bill for the changing the Metro District to the Bottle Service Plan. I'm obviously against it. I'm a developer here in Commerce City on several projects, and these districts are very important to getting these projects done. I hate to see this city do this to themselves and fall behind Aurora and Brighton, your biggest competitors, who don't have anything near as draconian as this issue before you today. The ability to sell bonds with these kind of restrictions, in talking to bond underwriters today, is almost impossible. It's a very narrow market, very expensive market. I don't think the city should be in a position of dictating to bondholders what they need to be buying and how they buy it. These are kind of restrictions they're not going to live with. City needs to encourage all development, including residential. Without the residential, I know you've heard it a million times, without the residential, there will be no commercial. As a developer for over 45 years, I can tell you that the commercial does not come first. It does not come in the middle. It's going to come near the end when there's thousands of homes. We're the developer of Copperleaf at E470 in Quincy. We have 3,000 units and are unable to get a grocery store until we rezoned some property, some commercial property, and added 700-800 units. And now we're in serious discussions with a large grocery store. So you need to think in those terms. Against residential development, which this bill is. It's a no growth bill. It will be responsible for the lack of commercial in your city. Because without the housing, you're not going to get it. We, as a developer, if we could put commercial out there today, don't you think we'd do it? Of course we would. We make more money off of that, be honest. So I urge you to vote no on this. You're putting yourself at a great disadvantage and shutting yourself off from the marketplace. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frank. Does anyone on council have any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for your time. We'll move on to Charles Wolfesberger, also speaking on Ordinance 2379.
Council, thank you for your time. I'm Charles Wolfersberger. I'm the district manager. Several metropolitan districts, homeowner-controlled metropolitan districts in our city. Our firm also manages other districts in Aurora, Thornton, Brighton, a few other counties as well. I guess my quick comments on...
Mr. Mayor? Point of order, Mr. Wolfesberger, could you please speak closer to the microphone?
Oh,
I know
sure.
it's hard.
Sure.
It's not close to your mouth.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
So I guess just a couple points I'll make on the proposed resolution is there's I have concerns as well over the proposed model changes to the model service plan template. The concerns I've always had and advocate for is getting independence on these metropolitan district boards. That's one thing that's just, it's going to be a struggle with every city out there, is getting independent directors on these boards, making decisions on behalf of the taxpayers. But there are other solutions that I recommend the city council consider before adopting this resolution. And probably in the simplest terms is, when metropolitan districts and developers are asking for these districts to be created, I would highly recommend that the district adopt some type, or the city adopt some type of resolution where the development plan is already put in, is in place. Like, you know how many homes are built, you know how many miles of streets are going to be constructed, how many miles of sewer lines and water lines. Because once you got a plan, a solid plan in place, at that point, I think at that point, it's appropriate to have, if the developer wants to have a metropolitan district finance those infrastructure costs, then the district can do so. I mean, that's what the purpose of metropolitan districts is to finance public infrastructure. However, the problem is, and in my opinion, what the game is here, that you see over and over again is that the districts are created, and then without putting together a real budget, the developer determines how much money can be borrowed from the public finance markets. Then they set their price for their public infrastructure. And we've seen that time and time again. Reunion is a great example of this. $1 billion of debt was authorized for Reunion. It's not going to cost $1 billion to put infrastructure in for Reunion, even with the 15,000 or 18,000 homes plan. And individual districts within the Reunion area, they're approved for like $280 million of borrowing capacity by the city council. And so what I think it would be appropriate is that when a developer can put together a finance plan or a cost of exactly how much the infrastructure is going to cost, then approve the metropolitan district. So that would be, you know, some of the things I'd recommend the city council consider as when considering this resolution tonight. It's I have more to say, but I'll save it for another time.
Thank you, Mr. Wolfsberger. Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Councilmember Madera?
You mentioned that you represent several resident-run metro districts. Did they approve you to come represent them here?
Yes, they did. Potomac, I mean, the districts we work with often, and our clients are Potomac Farms, High Point Metropolitan District is within your area. We have North Range Village. We've got North Range Metro 2, which is in the Reunion area. We have Turnberry districts. And these are concerns that all of our board members have expressed over time, and these are battles that they've fought in years past as they've cleaned up the financial statements on their districts as well.
So your residents wouldn't want lower mills or metro district to be capped at a lower level? That's one of the things that is part of this ordinance.
I mean, yes, everybody wants to have control over how much they're paying in property taxes, but one of the things that the resolution doesn't address is cost control. And that's where nobody seems to know really how much any of this public infrastructure costs. And so capping the mill levy, capping the interest rate, putting these caps in place is, I mean, it has the appearance of having some kind of effect on homeowners' taxes, but when you have control over how much the costs are for public infrastructure, then borrowing the money to pay for that and the interest rates on that, it falls in place.
So how would you propose that we incorporate these budgets into the model service plan? Is it we forecast total cost and then, you know, determine mills that way? Or, because I think the issue becomes, right, a lot of these metro districts are proposed to be for 20,000 homes, and then the developer, at the end of the day, only bills out, you know, 5,000 to 10,000 or something, where now the distribution is skewed, and the mills that are associated to that are not equal.
Right, and that's always, and that's one of the other, I think, values that metropolitan districts bring to building public infrastructure in any city is if you have a recession in the real estate market and things crash and then you're not building homes for a long time, the public infrastructure always comes in first. You got to have a road before you can build a house. And if the housing market crashes, then you have these, you know, the developers don't want to be stuck holding, you know, paying for those costs and then not able to build homes. And we all learned that from 2008. But the issue is if you'll see when metropolitan districts generally are created, they're created for a 500 home or 1,000 home neighborhood. And so they're created in increments as they do phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. They'll have metropolitan districts 1, 2, and 3 as they continue to build out the neighborhoods. And so that's not doing a great job answering your question, but that's also helps reduce risk where but what's happening, and it's happening here in Commerce City too, is you have approved service plans where the total boundaries of the district is like 10 square feet. And then the developer controls that, sits and controls that district for the next 10 years. And at some point, they'll annex in property and then develop, using that metropolitan district, develop that property. And you've already also seen examples where, as homeowners have taken control of those districts, then suddenly the developer shows up presenting to city council saying, now suddenly it's not a good idea for my land to be in this metropolitan district, I want out. And then you've granted them to come out of the metropolitan district while the debt's still sitting there being paid by the homeowners. And so you have this, developers like the districts as long as they get a control on them. And that's, and I think that, I won't keep talking on and on, but really the interesting thing is the simple solution is these developers and home builders, they sell tens of thousands of homes at a fixed price. And they know how much it costs to build the house. They know how much it's going to, profit they'll make. And I think developers should be making as much profit as they possibly can. But they shouldn't be doing that through the power of taxation and the power of issuing government bonds. It should be through a developer interacting with an independent home buyer, and that's and so when you can fix the cost of public infrastructure, and they have budgets, they know exactly how much it's going to cost, then I think you need to hold them to that. But if they don't have a plan in place, but they still want the metropolitan district, that's where you get into trouble, and that's where the costs start to. That's where taxes start to get out of control, is because you're paying for things that you don't really know how much it actually costs.
And the other question I have is regarding operating mills. So, the proposed plan caps operating mills at a level that's significantly higher than what the city receives. Is that too much, or, what are these operating mills used for?
On the operating mills, and that's one area too that I'd be opposed to, at least having the council put caps on operating mill levies, because really most of the problem with the taxes that homeowners pay, it's with the debt mill levy, not with the operating mill levy. And what I found is most developers are not as interested in the ongoing operations, the landscape maintenance, if it's covenant enforcement, if it's you don't have trash pickup service, the city provides that here. But if the districts are providing certain services, and most of our districts, those costs are fixed from one year to the next. The only time, I think it's only happened in one district where the homeowners have seen a rise in their operating mill levies is when the homeowners have voted for wanting an additional service for the district to provide in the neighborhood, which costs more money, and everybody's, or the majority vote to have that additional service. But operating mill levies cannot be used to pay debt. And so, and really the entire problem with metro districts and property taxes is the debt. That's where there needs to be, city council needs to figure out a way to how do you control or place controls around the access to debt and the debt mill levy and how that money is spent from the bond proceeds. In fact, I think one other quick comment is in most of our districts, I would probably say 85% of the taxes paid to a metropolitan district is, on average, is for debt service, and 15% is for operating services and costs. That's probably mostly true in Reunion. Other districts where the debt's under control, you probably get closer to 45% of your taxes go to operating and 55% goes to debt service. That's in cases where homeowners are paying 2 or 3% interest on debt, and it's fixed payments, and it's the debt's I would say under control financially for those.
Thank you.
Thank you all for speaking with us tonight. If follow-up is necessary, you should expect to be contacted by a staff member. Members of the public were also able to submit comments online and by mail. No written comments were received by the deadline. If anyone wishes to speak at a future council meeting, please check the meeting agenda and city website for information on how to register or submit written comments. We're now going to move into proclamations, starting first with Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in Commerce City, Mr. Gibson, would you please read the proclamation?
Whereas all residents deserve to be treated with dignity, respect, compassion, and justice regardless of race, religion, color, national origin, sex, age, income, or economic status, political affiliation, military status, sexual orientation, or physical, mental, or sensory ability. And whereas the origin of Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in the United States dates back to 1978, when a joint congressional resolution established Asian Pacific American Heritage Week in early May to coincide with two important milestones in Asian Pacific American history: the arrival in the United States of the first Japanese immigrants on May 7, 1843, and contributions of Chinese workers to the building of the Transcontinental Railroad completed on May 10, 1869. And whereas in 1990, the first Asian Pacific American Heritage Month was designated by presidential proclamation, and in 1992, Congress permanently designated May of each year as a month-long celebration that is now known as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And whereas additional Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month information and resources can be found at asianpacificheritage.gov, and Asian and Pacific Islander Americans continue to enrich our region's economy, culture, education, politics, arts, literature, science, and technological developments despite institutional and systemic injustices designed to prevent and limit these achievements and contributions. Now, therefore, the City Council of Commerce City hereby proclaim the month of May 2022 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, and encourages residents of Commerce City to learn more about those Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander heritage, and to celebrate this month with the appropriate programs and activities.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. This time, look for a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. Mayor Pro Tem,
So moved.
Councilmember Madera.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the proclamation declaring Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in Commerce City. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously, 8-0 with one excused absence. We'll move on to Mental Health Awareness Month in Commerce City. Mr. Gibson, would you please read the proclamation?
Whereas mental health is fundamental to the overall health of children and adults in the United States, as it influences productivity, relationship building, and the ability to adapt to an ever-changing world. And whereas the United States Surgeon General emphasizes the importance of promoting mental health and the early identification of mental illness. And whereas severe mental illness such as schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, major depression, obsessive compulsive disorder, and severe anxiety affects 1 in every 5 families. And whereas severe mental illness are more common than cancer, diabetes, and heart disease, and their treatments account for 21% of overall hospital inpatient treatment on any given day, and have overall greater treatment success than chronic physical disorders. And whereas brain disorders remain shrouded in stigma and discrimination from societal prejudices, causing those who are affected by severe mental illness not to seek care and be cast as second-class citizens who unfairly receive far less employment opportunities than others suffering from equally debilitating physical disabilities. And whereas the City of Commerce City and its Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Commission take pride in its history of upholding the dignity and civil rights of all of its citizens, including those with disabilities such as psychiatric illness. Now, therefore, the City Council of Commerce City hereby declares May 2022 as Mental Health Awareness Month in Commerce City, with the goals of increasing public awareness of the importance of mental health and the impacts of severe mental illness, and promoting greater understanding and empathy for those who suffer from these disorders.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Looking for a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. Mayor Pro Tem,
So moved.
Councilmember Madera.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to declare May as Mental Health Awareness Month in Commerce City. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously, 8-0 with one excused absence. We'll now move on to National Small Business Week in Commerce City. Would like to invite Nancy Flock, the Small Business Specialist for the city, to make remarks.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members. I'm Nancy Flock, Economic Development Specialist, and I'm pleased to be here this evening. May 3rd through the 5th is National Small Business Week. This annual recognition is hosted by the U.S. Small Business Administration and is a chance for communities to recognize and celebrate the critical contributions of America's entrepreneurs and small business owners. Every day, they're working to grow small businesses, create 21st century jobs, drive innovation, and increase America's global competitiveness. The proclamation before you is in support of all the small business owners that choose to operate their business in Commerce City. Small businesses are an important component of the city's economy. There are over 1,700 businesses within the city, and a majority of them have less than 20 employees. As you know, the Commerce City Small Business Resource Center operates in Derby, partnering with the city, the Colorado Minority Business Office, Small Business Development Center, and Adelante Community Development to provide bilingual business consulting services to the minority, veteran, and women-owned businesses, as well as expanded trainings and workshops. The city has also partnered with the Commerce City Chamber of Commerce on a Shop Local program called Shop Where I Live. Through this online marketplace platform, supporting local small businesses is easier than ever. Shopping Commerce City businesses in person or online is one way to connect with small business community and create a ripple effect of expanding opportunities for the local economy. In honor of National Small Business Week, it's my pleasure to introduce you to the owners of small businesses that operate in Commerce City and are here tonight representing all of the small businesses in our city to help accept this proclamation. Maynard Ventura, who owns Tasty Donuts, a business that offers fresh variety of handmade donuts. The business opened its doors in 1929 and remains as one of the oldest donut shops in the state, having been in business at the historic downtown Derby district location at 6441 East 72nd Place for over 90 years. Maynard Ventura transitioned many years of experience managing food service facilities into business ownership when he took over operations just over 2 years ago. Also joining us to accept this proclamation are owners Venus and Steve Vindiola and operations manager Kristen Rivera with the Vindiola Group located at 10164 Quintero Street that specializes in residential real estate with a strong history of helping those that both need to sell and purchase a home. Venus became a licensed realtor in 2001 and moved to the Reunion area of the city in 2006. 3 years later, she met her husband Steve and he quickly made a career change and decided to join Venus in real estate, and the pair of entrepreneurs began growing their businesses. As their business grew, so did the team, and they formed Vindiola Group, where they actively serve the Commerce City community in all their real estate needs. I ask that you help welcome Tasty Donuts and the Vindiola Group to Commerce City and recognize National Small Business Week and all the small businesses that choose to be in Commerce City with this proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that. Mr. Gibson, would you please read the proclamation?
Whereas from storefront shops to high-tech startups, small businesses are the backbone of our economy, and whereas America's 30 million small businesses create nearly 2 out of 3 jobs in our economy, and whereas the City of Commerce City, Colorado recognizes the values, the dedication, and entrepreneurial spirit of small businesses that keep the state and American economy growing stronger, and whereas Commerce City has nearly 1,700 businesses and over 80% of them have less than 20 employees, and whereas Commerce City Council goal number 1 is to promote a balanced and thriving city economy, and small businesses are a crucial element of this. Whereas during the week of May 2nd through 5th, 2022, the U.S. Small Business Administration is promoting Small Business Week, which celebrates the resiliency and tenacity of America's entrepreneurs who are doing their part to power our nation's historic economic comeback. And whereas the City Council of Commerce City supports and joins in this national effort to help America's small businesses do what they do best, grow their business, create jobs, and ensure that our communities remain as vibrant tomorrow as they are today. Now, therefore, the City Council of Commerce City does hereby proclaim May 2nd through 5th, 2022 as National Small Business Week in Commerce City and honors all the small businesses in Commerce City for their entrepreneurial spirit that keeps the city, state, and national economy growing stronger.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Looking for a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Madera.
Second.
Have a motion and a second declaring May 2nd to May 5th, 2022 as National Small Business Week in Commerce City. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously, 8-0 with 1 excused absence. If we could get the small business owners that are present with us this evening and Ms. Flock to come forward with council for a photo. Thank you all again for being with us this evening. Next up, we're going to move on to May 21st, 2022 is Kids to Parks Day in Commerce City. We'll invite Carolyn Keith, Parks and Recreation and Golf Director, to introduce the proclamation.
Honorable Mayor, members of City Council, I would like to invite to the podium this evening Marty Walsh, Recreation Superintendent for the Parks, Recreation, and Golf Department. He will be sharing with you a little bit about the Kids to Parks Day here in Commerce City. And while Marty is making his way up to the podium, we also have with us tonight his family, Sarah, Greta, Amber, and Autumn, and they will be accepting, along with Marty, the proclamation. Marty?
Thank you, Carolyn, and good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Marty Walsh, Recreation Superintendent for Parks, Recreation, and Golf. And just a little bit of information, we're going to be celebrating our 12th annual Kids to Parks Day, which is a national day of outdoor play celebrated on the third Saturday of May. The day connects kids and families with their local, state, and national parks and public lands through thousands of park events that promote discovery, exploration, and in the great outdoors. 2022 is the 12th anniversary of the Kids to Parks Day, and it was started by the National Parks Trust. Our event is going to be featured here at Pioneer Park on Saturday, May 21st, from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. It is a free event, and it is open to all kids ages 3 to 12, but we might skip a little bit if we get some older kiddos that want to participate as well. Activities include making and flying kites. We have plenty of wind for that. We all know that. We'll have a bounce house, a nature scavenger hunt, playing old recess-style games like tag, relay races, hula hoops, some kickball, and lots more fun activities for you and the whole family. So make sure you mark your calendars for our annual Kids to Parks Day on Saturday, May 21st, from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. here at Pioneer Park. Thank you very much. If you have any specific questions, you may call our youth services staff at 303-289-3659 for more information.
Thank you, sir. Hope that we have a good turnout for that event down here at Pioneer Park. Mr. Gibson, would you please read the proclamation?
Whereas May 21st, 2022 is the 12th annual Kids to Parks Day, organized and launched by the National Park Trust, held annually on the third Saturday of May, and whereas Kids to Park Day empowers kids and encourages families to get outdoors and visit America's parks, and whereas we should encourage children to lead a more active lifestyle to combat the issues of childhood obesity, diabetes, hypertension, and hypercholesterolemia.
Thank you, Dylan.
Whereas Commerce City is a generation-wild community working to create incredible places for outdoor programs for all ages and abilities. And whereas Commerce City is home to the nation's largest urban wildlife refuge, which boasts more than 330 animal species, hiking and walking trails, self-guided tours, and breathtaking views of the Front Range. And whereas Commerce City has more than 25 miles of trails and 840 acres of open and park spaces residents can enjoy. And whereas Kids to Parks Day is open to all children and adults across the country to encourage a large and diverse group of participants. And now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of Commerce City proclaims May 21st, 2022 as Kids to Parks Day and urges residents to make time to take children in their lives to a neighborhood, state, or national park.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Looking for a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Madera.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve May 21st, 2022 as Kids to Parks Day in Commerce City. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously, 8-0 with one excused absence, and we will come forward for a photo. All right, that makes 4 of 15 proclamations for the evening. We're moving right along. Next up is going to be National Nurses Month in Commerce City. Mr. Gibson, would you please read the proclamation?
Whereas registered nurses in the United States constitute our nation's largest healthcare profession, and whereas the depth and breadth of the registered nursing profession meets the different and emerging healthcare needs of the American population in a wide range of settings, and whereas professional nursing is an indispensable component of the safety and quality of care of hospitalized and non-hospitalized patients, and whereas professional nursing is an indispensable component of the safety and quality of care of hospitalized patients, and whereas the demand for registered nursing services will be greater than ever because of the aging of the American population, the continuing expansion of life-sustaining technologies, and the explosive growth of home healthcare services, and whereas more qualified registered nurses are needed in the future to meet the increasingly complex needs of healthcare consumers in this community, and whereas the cost-effective, safe, and high-quality healthcare services provided by registered nurses will be an increasingly important component of the United States healthcare delivery system in the future, and now therefore I, Benjamin Huseman, Mayor of Commerce City, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2022 as Nurses Month with the theme You Make a Difference, a nod to nurses' sheer numbers, their unparalleled impact during the pandemic and healthcare, and an open invitation to hashtag Thank a Nurse for enriching our lives and the world in which we live.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Mayor Pro Tem?
I was just going to approve the motion, but I'll.
Looking for a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. Mayor Pro Tem?
So moved.
Mayor Emeritus Ford?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the proclamation declaring May as National Nurses Month in Commerce City. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble?
Thank you. I just wanted to acknowledge all nurses and the trying time they've been through, especially over the last couple of years. And I want to draw special attention to our own nurse, and that is Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas, and thank her for all that she does for the profession, including the license plate that she got arranged in honor of nurses this during the COVID pandemic, no less. She got a lot accomplished. Thank you so much for what you do, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilwoman Noble.
All right, I have a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. Do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously 8-0 with 1 absence. And last but not least, recognition of the Adams City High School wrestlers. We'll invite Tom DeGarro, Levi DeGarro, and Fabian Gutierrez, who is attending via Zoom, forward. That's you guys. The ones with the orange shirts, green shirts.
Hello, I'm sorry I wasn't talk today. It's like an honor to get this. It's pretty cool. I've only been here for my grandpa before, a couple years ago, when our family was put in the Hall of Fame for wrestling, and it's like cool to follow my grandpa's footsteps and be able to do this too.
Well, welcome, and thank you for joining us this evening. Mr. Gibson, would you please read the proclamations?
Yes, sir. I will start with Levi. Whereas the City Council of Commerce City wishes to recognize the accomplishments of the residents, businesses, and students that enrich and enhance our city through their contributions and accomplishments, and whereas Levi DeGuero is a lifetime Adams County High School District 14 student attending Alsep Elementary, Adams City Middle School, and is now a junior at Adams City High School, and whereas Levi is a state champion wrestler for the Adams City High Wrestling Team, placing 4th in Division 5A Wrestling in 2020 and 2021, and earning the 2022 Division 5A State Wrestling Championship, and has been awarded the Tip of the Talent Award. And whereas outside of wrestling, Levi maintains an impressive academic record, including a 3.8 GPA, and contributes many hours of community service to Commerce City. And now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of Commerce City hereby proclaims May 2nd, 2022 as Levi DeGuero Day, and recognizes all of Levi's contributions to his peers on the wrestling mat, in the classroom, and in the community. And then I will move on to Fabian's. Whereas the City Council of Commerce City wishes to recognize the accomplishments of the residents, businesses, and students that enrich and enhance our city through their contributions and accomplishments, and whereas Fabian Gutierrez is a lifetime Adams County High School District 14 student attending Central Elementary School, Kearney Middle School, and Adams City High School, and whereas Fabian was a state champion wrestler for Adams City High wrestling team, placing 3 times at the state tournament and earning a state championship in 2016, and whereas Fabian has gone on to wrestle for the University of Tennessee Chattanooga on a scholarship where he recently won the 2022 Southern State Conference Championship, and whereas outside of wrestling, Fabian maintains an impressive academic record of being named to the Dean's Honor Roll and continues to give back to the community by spending time coaching and mentoring Adams City High School wrestlers, and now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of Commerce City hereby declares May 2nd, 2022 as Fabian Gutierrez Day and recognizes all of Fabian's contributions to his peers on the wrestling mat, in the classroom, and in the community.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. This time I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve the proclamations. Councilmember Grimes?
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve the proclamations. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Madera?
Yeah, I just want to, say how proud I am of you guys carrying on the tradition that goes way back to, even long before your coach was wrestling at the high school. And, we like to highlight all the positive things that are going on in the community, and the wrestling program has been one for a long time. And, we get too caught up on all the negative things going on and don't take the time to recognize the positives. So, thank you guys, the entire team, and, for the individuals that placed and, make us proud. Thank you.
Mayor Emeritus Ford?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you as well. Growing up and going to Adams City High School and spending all my time in District 14. I was there when a lot of the DeGueros were still wrestling. I'm glad to see that the tradition's still strong and that wrestling is still Commerce City's strong suit. Thank you, guys.
Councilmember Hurst?
Yeah, I'd like to say congratulations. And I think, I grew up wrestling as well, my brothers as well. And one thing I want to point out or say congratulations on is keeping that academic piece to the forefront. That's going to go a long way. But I understand the discipline it takes to be a high quality wrestler. And so, you match that with education and you can go anywhere you want in life. So congratulations, fantastic achievement. I'm really happy that we're honoring the hard work that you've put in.
All right, any other discussion? Councilmember Noble?
This can't be all guys just talking about wrestlers. Congratulations to all of you. My grandfather was a wrestler on a team at North High School and then went on to wrestle at the University of Denver. So congratulations to all of you on your achievement, and I look forward to seeing you next year as well.
Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, I also just wanted to say congratulations, and you've made us very proud. So thank you for being here tonight, and again, congratulations.
All right, as a former wrestler myself, if you couldn't tell from my stature, would just like to congratulate all of you for your success in both on and off the mat, and echo everybody who has thanked you for the hard work and for bringing positive news to our community. And through your success, you have proven to be examples of what many of us should follow. So thank you very much for that. If all of you would join us up on the stage, we'll come down, take a photo, and give you your proclamations, and thank you in person.
While you're all getting organized, we wanted to let you know that Levi is also a city employee. So, thank you.
All right, proclamations are done. At this time, I have the honor of welcoming Municipal Judge Bowen to come forward, please. Thank you, sir. Before we move on to the swearing in, does anybody on council have any remarks they would like to make? Councilmember Grimes.
Thank you, Mayor. Judge Bowen, it's a long-awaited evening, and I'm very excited to welcome you to Commerce City officially, and looking forward to your tenure here.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I don't want to completely copy what what Councilwoman Grimes just said, but I really do think that as well. I think that you know, we selected you several weeks ago at the very least, and I've been very excited to see what changes you're going to bring. I think you have you're following up on a fantastic judge that we've had for a very long time that has made a great positive impact to our community, and so I'm very much looking forward to you bringing the experience that you have to our community and continuing those footsteps on, you know, making the court process as positive as it possibly can be in Commerce City. Welcome.
Thank you.
Councilmember Madera.
Just want to echo the welcome, and you know, this is a very prestigious position that impacts a lot of people's lives and can make a change for the better for a lot of people that, you know, may be straying from the right path. And so, you know, we're honored to have you and look forward to you know, having a positive impact in people's lives and really making us proud. So welcome to Commerce City.
Councilmember Ford.
I just want to say welcome. I know you've been a part of this community for majority of your life. We're glad to have you as a judge, and look forward to all the good things that you're going to bring to our city.
Thank you so much.
Councilmember Noble.
Welcome, Judge. Congratulations. I was very impressed with your comments regarding diversity, equity, and inclusion and your attitude towards young people. So I look forward to you serving in this role. You have big shoes to fill. Thank you so much for being here in Commerce City.
Councilmember Douglas.
Yes, I'd just like to say welcome as well, and we're so glad to have you, and I know you're going to do a fantastic job, so we're just really thrilled to have you on board. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Just wanted to tell you welcome as well, and we look forward to working with you and glad to have you.
Judge, I know this is a big evening for you, and I don't want to delay it much longer. I would be remiss if I didn't recognize all the contributions of Judge Juarez and everything that he did for our community. I know that you will carry forth in his tradition and continue to take us to new heights, and look forward to working with you over the course of the next 20 months. So if you want to join me up on the stage.
Can we have this on camera, please? It's not visible. It's the slide of the recognitions. Thank you.
It's probably not often that people tell you to raise your right hand, right? All right. Are we ready? All right, raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I, Brian Bowen,
I, Brian Bowen,
do swear or affirm
do swear or affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
the Home Rule Charter, and the ordinances of the Commerce City.
the Home Rule Charter and ordinances of Commerce City,
I will faithfully perform the duties
and will faithfully perform the duties
of the office of presiding municipal judge
of the office of presiding municipal judge
of the City of Commerce City,
of the City of Commerce City,
Colorado, to the best
Colorado.
of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Congratulations, Judge.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Mayor, could I get that handshake one more time?
It'll be a fee. How about a round of applause? All right, let's go ahead and take a 5-minute recess and come back for notice council business after that. Is back. We will get going again. We are going to move on to noticed council business. First up is a discussion on city truck routes. We'll invite Councilmember Madera to introduce the item and make a motion if warranted.
Thank you, Mayor. So this came about because I've been noticing a lot of oversized trucks going through areas that aren't designated as truck routes, and explicitly say that their trucks are prohibited. And so the one thing that came up was that the city doesn't have well-defined truck routes, and that a lot of people that are driving through the city don't know the routes. So in an effort to clarify some of the confusion, because I live up by Alsop Elementary, and I'll walk the dog, and in just the 20 minutes that I'm walking in front of Alsop Elementary, at almost any given point, you'll see at least 6 or 7 trucks, and I'm talking 18-wheelers with the big dump trailers attached, concrete trucks coming from Brandon, and big trucks with booms coming from Sturgeon or Hooper, I mean. And so I wanted to make a motion to have the city drop maps with the designated truck routes, and then distribute those to any business that either has logistics or trucks delivering from or to that business. So that way, there's not this excuse of we didn't know, and then really start enforcing that, because it's really unacceptable that the communities, the neighborhoods are having to deal with this. And if this was happening at an elementary school in your neighborhood, would you want that? Or I just think that it's the first step of trying to really have a good partnership with our businesses and industry and the neighborhoods that surround them. So with that, I'll make the motion to have the city define truck routes via maps and distribute those to businesses that have any kind of large truck traffic in the city of Commerce City.
Thank you, Mr. Madera. Have a motion to direct city staff to create maps for truck routes within Commerce City and distribute said maps to anybody who may be affected by the truck routes, and then step up enforcement for violation of truck routes within Commerce City. Is there a second? Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, I would like to second that, please.
Have a motion and a second for the aforementioned. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Douglas?
I appreciate you bringing this forward, Councilman Madera. I think it's sorely needed, and with as much industry as we have, especially in your neighborhood, it's badly needed and it's warranted. So I'm very glad that you brought this forward.
Councilmember Grimes?
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate you bringing this forward as well. I just want to make sure, I'm supportive, but I want to make sure that we kind of understand where our authority lies and what enforceability is actually feasible as part of whatever ordinance or maps or enforcement might come in the future should this pass.
Mr. Tinklenberg?
Thank you, Mayor. So one of the things that we will do is reach out to the businesses as well. Someone from the police department already has been in contact with Brandon to pass the word to them that, hey, that's not a truck route on 68th Avenue, for an example. So we'll do that to the best of our ability as well, as in addition to distributing the maps.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I also wanted to personally thank Councilman Madera for bringing this to the attention, because it is a serious problem that I've even brought up to staff several times. And my constituents have complained also, so I think it's an excellent idea, and thank you, Councilman Madera.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I'd like to request some significant changes because truck routes aren't enforceable. They are by law, but they're not enforceable on the roadside. And I can tell you for the next hour as to exactly why, because we deal with this with hazmat every day. You can write a ticket, but you're leaving the cop on the roadside in a really bad spot there because there's not a legal road that's not private in the state that is illegal to drive on if you have a delivery on that road. And it doesn't matter what your law says. And so it becomes an argument on the side of the road that I'm taking the most direct path to my next delivery point. Happens all the time in hazmat. We have hazmat routes all over the state. You don't have to be on a hazmat route if you're going to make a hazmat delivery. But I do think there is absolutely a good path forward. I think it starts with working with the industry to identify truck routes, but I just warning everybody here that when you define a truck route, you have to maintain it that way. And that's a lot more expensive than maintaining a standard road. And so there's more to it. Now, I absolutely want to help be part of the solution because I like Councilman Madera called out, would not want trucks going by an elementary school in my neighborhood as well. And I'm more than willing to work with all the people that I do know in that business to find a good resolution. Because I also think the slippery slope of where this starts to happen or starts to get interesting for our city is some of the largest businesses that are impacting truck routing in the southern part of Commerce City aren't in Commerce City. They're in the county, and they are not businesses of Commerce City. And so for us to even suggest that we have the authority to say, you can't, do we need to go to Thornton and talk to those trucking companies as well? Do we need to go to Brighton and talk to every one of those trucking companies as well? And what I'm getting at is, where does our authority lie beyond our boundaries as hundreds of trucks are traveling through Commerce City on a daily basis without an origin or destination within our city? And so there's a solution to this. It just will drum up a lot of other issues that come with it. And, I think the best approach is to work with a group like the Colorado Motor Carriers Association, who represents more than 650 transportation companies, and the large majority of the transportation companies in Commerce City are members there. And so you can work through that. Not only will a good solution come out of that, but a path to getting the message out appropriately will come with that. So I want that. I want the solution. I just think the way that we're going about it, we need to take a couple steps back before we take several steps forward. So,
Councilmember Ford.
I don't disagree with Councilmember Hurst. I wanted to thank Councilmember Madera for bringing this forward. I know it's a tough issue, but over the years, the amount of people that live on 69th and Cherry, up in those neighborhoods, they deal with a lot of truck traffic. And it's not always the big companies. It's not always the ones that are members of these, the organization that Councilmember Hurst mentioned. A lot of them are one-offs, a single owner, and they're back and forth in between going to their house and stuff as well. So if I was a resident that lived in that neighborhood, I too would have a concern with those big trucks in the neighborhoods. I get it, 72nd Avenue, some of those major roads. I can see why we need to have those trucks on there. Even Colorado Boulevard, because of the amount of trucking that's along there, Brighton Boulevard. But to have the trucks run through the neighborhoods, even if it's as minor as putting up some no trucks over a certain weight limit, The downside is over the years, when we've had those signs up, they don't get enforced. And then the residents start complaining that there's a truck route, or not a truck route, but a designated no trucks on this road, and it doesn't get enforced, so then they get upset with the police department and city council for not enforcing it. So whatever we do, I would like to make a difference. And I know a lot of them are people that own trucks in the area that go back and forth to their house. But if we can calm some of the truck traffic down in the residential neighborhoods and identify where they should be going, I'm all for trying to make it better. I just don't know if you're gonna get there very quickly. It's gonna take some time. But I applaud Councilmember Madera for bringing it forward. I'll support it.
Just to interrupt for a moment, just so I understand Councilmember Madera's motion, it appeared to be a motion for information to be disseminated rather than a motion for specific enforcement of various regulations. So just to clarify, and I think in response to Councilmember Grimes' question, is that the motion on the
Yes,
floor?
that's correct. We already have a lot of the truck routes defined via state highways in Commerce City, and you know, going back to maintaining those roads, they're not maintained to the level that they should be by CDOT, and you know, just trying to define the routes that already exist, and you know, educating the businesses that are in the area to use those routes that have been approved, you know, mostly at the state level, and, you know, as well as the city routes, because we do have routes for the city for businesses to have access to their businesses, and we have a lot of logistics companies that I think know those routes more than not, but like Councilmember Ford said, there's a lot of, you know, smaller businesses as well that, you know, they may be newer or they don't know the defined routes. It's more of an education just to try to have more voluntary compliance than any kind of enforcement at this point.
Any other discussion? Councilmember Hurst.
Can I ask for clarification? I mean, an education campaign is something I absolutely support. But I do these all the time, and it's not going to come back good for us. Because we did this exact same thing in Denver, and their police staff were the only people that knew they had truck routes. Their bridge engineers and all of their traffic folks had no idea they had truck routes. And it actually made them look a lot worse than it should have because they didn't have their stuff together. I really think, you know, my clarification, what I'm asking for is what's the expectation of next steps? Because more than willing to help get that information out. But I just want to make sure that when we say an educational campaign, it's going to be a rude awakening, but I'm positive we have to re-educate ourselves first.
All right, I have a motion and a second directing staff to create maps with the truck routes and then disseminate to businesses so that we can have an educational campaign. Which clarification are you seeking, Mr. Hurst?
I guess what I'm asking for is what's the expectation of next steps? Are we just going to create a GIS map and start mailing it out? Or, you know, are we going to build a educational program to support it? Because that's going to depend on how I vote.
Councilmember Madera, what is your direction?
I think at this point, it's, you know, having the maps defined and then reaching out to businesses and getting the word out that way. I think, you know, we got to start somewhere, and, you know, that's the first place to start.
We already have maps So it's just a matter of reaching out to CMCA and the businesses to let them know what are their truck routes.
All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously, 8-0 with one excused absence. We will move on to a letter of support for Lake Mary Learning Center at the Rocky Mountain Wildlife Refuge. I invite Councilmember Grimes to introduce the item and make a motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I've been a liaison member of the Friends of the Front Range group for a couple of years now. They recently approached me and asked if I could seek support from council, mayor and council for a letter of support to Senator Bennett's office for some directed spending for the Lake Mary Learning Center at the Arsenal. And so I would like to make a motion to have the mayor sign the attached letter.
Councilmember Ford. Have a motion and a second authorizing my signature be attached to the letter to Senator Bennett requesting congressional directed spending for the Lake Mary Learning Center at the Rocky Mountain Arsenal National Wildlife Refuge. Is there any discussion? No request for discussion. We'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously, 8-0 with one absence, and we will move on to the consent agenda. The consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, and non-controversial. They are presented to council for a single motion and vote. Any member of council may ask to remove a specific item for further discussion and a separate vote. Tonight, there are 8 items listed under the consent agenda. Does anybody on council wish to remove an item off the consent agenda? Councilmember Noble.
Yes, I'd like to pull Resolution 2022-53.
Sorry, 2022 what?
53?
Thank you. Councilmember Douglas.
Yes, I'd like to remove 2022-47, please.
Okay. I'd like to remove Resolution 2022-53 and Resolution 2022-47. Are there any others? I will also remove 2022-52. Okay, I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda and as amended. Councilmember Grimes.
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as amended. Will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Minutes of the April 4th, 2022 regular meeting. Ordinance 2388, an ordinance amending the 2022 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by transferring $2 million from the unencumbered fund balance in the general fund to the Capital Improvements and Preservation Fund, CIPP, for costs associated with the Buffalo Highlands Oasis project and the authorization of the expenditures thereof. Ordinance Z-722-00-22, an ordinance amending the sign schedule contained in the Potomac Farms PUD located generally at the northwest corner of 104th Avenue and Worcester Drive by approving the Potomac Farms PUD Amendment Number 1. Resolution 2022-48, a resolution approving Commerce City Accommodations Lodging Tax Rebate Program. Resolution 2022-57, a resolution appointing members to designated boards and commissions of the City of Commerce City, Colorado. Your vote is open.
All right, motion carries unanimously, 8-0 with one absence. And we will go back to the pulled consent agenda items. We will start with Resolution 2022-53. Councilmember Noble, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. We moved through this item very quickly when it came before us last, and it is now on our agenda on the consent calendar. I would like to simply say that while I support the annexation of this property, it has been, according to the council communication, given a designation of multifamily zoning, and I would like the zoning, I would like to amend it so that the zoning is mixed use. In our land development code, which is Section 21-7650. These standards are designed to promote a concentrated development pattern that encourages pedestrian use and provides a community environment not dominated by vehicles. 2 or more story commercial uses are encouraged and can be used for a wide variety of uses, including commercial office or residential. All new commercial, public, institutional, mixed-use development applications shall comply with the applicable standards contained therein. So rather than locking us in to multifamily in a very prime area because of the light rail station that has gone in there, it would at least give us the opportunity to bring in, activate the main level with a sandwich shop or a dry cleaners or a laundromat or a gym, a sales office. All those kinds of things could be possible at this location. And it is more in keeping with the Urban Land Institute's technical advisory group when they did a study of this area that many of us on the city council were involved in. So my motion is to ensure that this is mixed use, not multifamily zoning when it comes before us.
Mr. Rogers?
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. With respect to your request, ma'am, given that a application that will be coming before you at a future city council meeting is when the appropriate time to discuss the zoning would occur, the council cannot unilaterally change a zoning request without a concurrence from the property owner. You can take action on what is in front of you, whether or not you will be willing to, or willing and wanting to support that individual's request for multifamily or not, and or then pose that question to them at the time of the hearing for the rezone application.
If it's not in Commerce City currently, and it is coming to Commerce City, why wouldn't we be able to affect the zoning?
As it relates to any due process, that individual can make that request as they see fit for their piece of property, and will be open to and are allowed per that due process and the discussion that will occur around the findings of that zoning at the time of the hearing. So as it relates to that night, we are not discussing the rezone application at hand, in which a request to change the zoning and a concurrence by the property owner in support of that can be made. That would have to happen when the zoning application comes before you for your consideration at that time, given that you are not taking action on the annexation and or the zoning tonight. You're simply stating that it has met the eligibility criteria to be annexed into the city, which will then allow for that public hearing to occur.
So we would have the opportunity for discussion at that point. Okay, I'm seeing your head that's nodding also, thank you.
That's correct, Councilmember Noel.
All right, thank you. Okay, with that, I feel comforted and I will withdraw my objection to this or my desire to amend it.
All right, I'm looking for a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2022-53. Councilmember Hurst?
So moved.
Councilmember Grimes?
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2022-53. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously, 8-0 with one absence.
Mayor Huesman?
Yes?
May I read the title briefly?
Sure.
Thank you. Resolution 2022-53, a resolution finding substantial compliance of the annexation petition in case AN 265-22, known as 7001 Colorado Boulevard annexation, and setting a public hearing to determine eligibility for such annexation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Do you want us to vote again?
No.
Pam, do you want us to vote again?
That's fine.
Okay. Apologize for jumping the gun on that. We will now move on to Resolution 2022-47. Councilmember Douglas, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So we had a discussion remember when that was, regarding the incentives that the Economic Development Department would like to offer to increase commercial business, and it was about whether to include fast food in the recommended list of eligible commercial projects. And we didn't really identify the difference between fast food and quick serve fast casual. And so what they came up with then for us to approve tonight is to say that restaurants excluding those integrated into convenience stores or fuel sales locations to cover not having the overabundance of fast foods coming, looking for incentives. And so I would like to make a motion to include fast casual as identifying that type of restaurant to the list of incentives to the recommended list of commercial projects. I would also like to find a way to exclude traditional fast foods, and I'm not sure how to do that. And so I guess I would like to exclude traditional fast foods from that list
Okay, so
as well.
so the way I understand it, you wish to amend the resolution?
Yes.
Okay, we will get to amendments in a moment. First, I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve the resolution. Councilmember Noble?
Did you make the motion, Councilmember Douglas?
I thought I did, but.
Okay, then I'll second it.
Right now, I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve the resolution.
Yes. So I didn't make a motion to approve the
I
resolution
understand.
as
I understand.
written.
Councilmember Grimes?
So moved.
Councilmember Ford? I have a motion and a second to approve Resolution 2022-47. Now I'm looking for a motion to amend 2022-47. Councilmember Douglas?
I would like to make a motion to amend to include fast casual to the recommended list of commercial projects and exclude traditional fast food restaurants.
I have a motion to amend Resolution 2022-47 to include fast casual and to exclude traditional fast food. Is there a second? Councilmember Noble?
Yes, I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second to amend Resolution 2022-47 to include fast casual and remove traditional fast food. Is there any discussion on the amendment?
A point of
Yes, ma'am.
clarification. I think there's some confusion on what the resolution states. It appears to be broad enough to include a number of commercial establishments, including all restaurants. And I believe Michelle Claymore is here that can help clarify for Councilmember Douglas. And therefore, those various types of fast food restaurants that you're seeking to include, I believe, are already within those commercial establishments. Under restaurants, I'm just reading the resolution on page 2.
Yeah, I can help clarify, Mayor, if it's okay. So when we had the discussion before, there was a lot of discussion about, can we tell the difference between fast food, fast casual, and quick serve? And I went out and tried to find really good definitions, worked with our city attorney, and worked with our retail consultant. And the way that the industry is moving, the lines are getting so blurred that there just was not a good way to define that. So the easiest way that we could exclude some of the fast food is by saying we're going to exclude anything that is with a convenience store or a fuel center. but there was not a way to exclude the rest of them without affecting the quick serve and fast casual definitions as well. So that's why we included them in there as a broader definition.
So in what I've researched, that there is a difference between fast casual and actual fast food. One of the hallmarks of fast casual restaurant is the level of customization available to a customer. They provide an inviting on-premise dining. Fast food is focused on convenience and often has limited seating, and so that's why I'm identifying it as traditional fast food.
Then it becomes a little bit our opinion versus somebody else's opinion on what category or definition somebody fits in. And so we just kind of felt that there was going to be problems legally down the road. And so that's why our city attorney suggested that we keep it broad.
Okay. I just hate to see incentives going to
Understood.
what we have too many of right now, and encouraging more fast casual like we were talking about.
Yeah,
that other communities have.
I totally understand that, Councilmember Douglas. If there was a way that we could do this fairly and legally, that we would have tried to put that in there. Remember, this is an extension for a 5-year time frame, and if council is seeing something that is going in a direction that you don't like, we can always come back to you and try to adjust it at that point. But there's just so many new brands that are coming out there that it really does limit us to go one way or the other.
Councilmember Noble.
Sorry, no comment.
Councilmember Grimes.
Thank you, Mayor. Michelle, does this still allow discretion within the application for funds, though? To say you could still deny funds to a certain establishment if they applied and it wasn't within the desires of council?
I don't believe on this program. On our other programs, yes, we do have that case by case, but on this one, we would have to have a reason to do that. What's that? See, this is the stuff that we were talking about with city attorneys.
Yes, the city has at its discretion to say no to a request.
From a legal perspective, obviously, there would have to be some consistency and rules around what was approved and not. But yes, there's certainly discretion in the program.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I have a motion and a second to amend Resolution 2022-47 for the inclusion of fast casual and the removal of fast food restaurants. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Motion is going to fail 1-7 with one excused absence. 2-6 with one excused absence. All right, and now we also have the motion and second to approve Resolution 2022-47. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries 8-0 with one absence. All right, I also pulled Resolution 2022-52. I have a few questions on that. When I looked at both the legislative text as well as council communication, they look to be verbatim with no difference or no additional information provided on those. One question I had is, how many bids did we have? What were the value of those bids? The next question I have is, I cannot find any information on this contractor that was chosen, short of the fact that they operate out of a residential address in the city of Aurora. Is this truly the best organization that we can have for doing our flat work contract for 2022?
I'm Mike McGoldrick, the CIP manager. Nice to be speaking with you this evening. Regarding your first question about the number of bids we got, we received 3 bids. I don't have the exact figures at my fingertips at the moment, but Essential Contractors was the lowest bid of those 3. Regarding their history, we understood they're a new contractor, so we did some research and talked to references and what have you, and came to the conclusion that they were going to be an adequate contractor for this job.
Okay, thank you for those answers. Did anybody in the city of Commerce City bid this project?
Not that I know, sir.
All right, this time look for a motion and a second to approve Resolution 2022-52. Councilmember Hurst.
So moved.
Councilmember Dare.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve Resolution 2022-52. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Grimes.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to the mayor's point, I always hate to see us just choose because they were the lowest bid. I always prefer quality to cost where possible, and so just wanted to make that comment for future bidding processes. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion? I certainly hope the program goes the way it's supposed to. I have concerns over the selection of this contractor, especially given the fact that you can find almost zero information concerning them. The only reason that I was able to find anything is because I was able to look up the address that is on the contract in order to figure out where they're located out of. But I can't even find any information just attributed to business license, to anything else to show that this business has been around long enough to warrant a $348,000 contract with the city of Commerce City. So for that reason, I'm not comfortable voting in favor of this, and I'll be voting no. I have a motion and a second to approve Resolution 2022-52. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. All right. I think I had 3 ayes. If you were a yes, please raise your hand so you can be counted. 1, 2, 3 yeses. 2 yeses, 6 noes, and 1 excused absence. Yes, ma'am?
That's 6 noes.
6 noes. All right, that is all we have for the consent agenda, so we will move on to public hearings. Our first public hearing is Ordinance Z-660-97-99-00-03-03-17-22. Say that 5 times. Amending the Mountain View Industrial Park PUD zone document. I will remind council to use the public hearing only to ask questions, but not to express opinions or indicate how you will vote. Council members are not to provide testimony if you wish to participate in the decision, to rely only on facts developed in this hearing and in the record, and apply those facts to the criteria in the Land Development Code. This time I will open the public hearing and invite Omar Youssef, City Planner, to make the staff presentation.
Good evening, members of council, honorable mayor. Thanks for having me for my first ever council presentation. Today I'll be presenting a PUD zone document amendment, location on 9801 Havana Street. The applicant is Hanley Holdings. Staff enters into public record the contents of the case file, the PUD zone document regulations, and this digital presentation. Additionally, the property is located within the city of Commerce City. All required notification posting requirements have been met. As I mentioned before, it's located on 9801 Havana Street in the Mountain View Industrial Park PUD. Current zoning is PUD, and the future land use is industrial distribution. As you can see, it's north of East 96th Avenue and on the far eastern side of Mountain View PUD, located along Havana Street. To the west, we do have some warehouse bays, as well to the south. And to the east, we have the Cass subdivision, which is zoned I-2. The future land use plan for this area is industrial distribution. And far to the west, we do have more general industrial. And then the closest residential area would be across Highway 2 to the east, of Eagle Creek. The applicant's request is they're requesting the use of pipe fitting, welding, and steel metal fitting, which includes forging and stamping and heavy construction equipment contracting. Appropriate designation for this would be I2 or I3. The company that is moving in, it's called Pinnacle Steel. They specialize in welding steel columns for electrical substations. Currently, they're proposing 15 employees to come into the site, which will encourage more economic development. And in the future, they are proposing about 10 more employees. In accordance with Section 2132-51 of the Land Development Code, planned unit developments are reviewed by the DRT and Director of the Community Development. Planning Commission holds a public hearing and provides a recommendation to the City Council. City Council holds a public hearing and makes a final decision to approve with conditions, or deny the application based on the approval criteria from Section 2132-51. So there were a total of 5 amendments that were approved before this one. The first one being in 1999. The first one was amendment to replat 2 lots, which is Block 3, lots 8 and 9, into 3 lots, which requires the movement of lot lines and movement of zone boundary lines. The second one happened in August 2000, which was Amendment 2 to the PUD. It's to reduce fence masonry standards, reduce FAR access points, and addition of architectural standards. The one in 2003 in June and July, there were some amendment to reduce floor area ratio, increase outdoor storage limitation, decrease step back requirements, and add propane storage by use by right, subject to fire marshal and building official approval. The fourth amendment was the same amendment as the one approved in June 2003 for only Lot 3 and Block 3. Lot 3 and Block 3 only. And the latest one is amendment number 5. It was to change Block 1, lots 1 and 2, to allow I1 and general retail. As you can see, the PUD was adopted back in '98 by City Council. The lots, current lot summary table does describe a mixture of uses. We have from general retail down along 96th Avenue in the corner of Havana. Then gradually I1 uses along 96 and onto Hines Way. And then to the northern part of this PUD, of the industrial park, we have more I2 uses. The current PUD does also have enhanced landscaping standards, especially along 96th Avenue and on the median. And then we do have right-of-way landscaping as well, which is which you don't see that in many other industrial parks in the city. So we made the decision to designate the uses for contractor operations, heavy construction equipment with the storage. It is in the confines of I2 and I3. And for the actual work, for the manufacturing, forging and stamping is also allowed in I2 and I3. This is the current site. It's built out. The previous business has since moved out. We do have, on the top, we have Cass subdivision. And to the south and west, we do have other I1 uses, like such as storage bays. To the west, we have I2 uses, such also storage bays as well. To the north, we do have a drainage pond, which captures water from most of the industrial park. This is the current amendment. As you can see, we do have Lot C. It's about 3.1 acres. So this will be this is the proposed map. As you can see, as I was explaining earlier, the south east corner, we do have mostly general retail and I-1 uses. And then from along south, along 96th Avenue and into Hines Way, we do have I-1 uses. And then to the north, we have mostly I-2 uses. So we did an analysis. The development review team reviewed this case on January 20th, 2022. The DRT made an official recommendation of approval for this particular case. DRT reviewed the PUD zone document amendment against the technical requirements of the city PUD zone document standards and the policies of the comprehensive plan. Staff distributed the PUD amendment for review to all relevant referral agencies, and there were no comments from said agencies. DRT has had no comments for this particular case. As I mentioned earlier, the project benefits will be beneficial to the city. We'll be bringing in additional jobs. Pinnacle Steel, currently located in unincorporated Adams County, and then they're proposed to move into this site. And then this proposed use would diversify the uses in this industrial park. So for the first approval criteria, the PUD zone document is consistent with the policies and goals of the comprehensive plan and any applicable adopted area plan or community plan of the city, or reflects conditions that have changed since the adoption of comprehensive plan. Our analysis was the I-2 zoning designation is consistent with the Mountain View Industrial Park PUD. Further, it conforms to the previous PUD amendment. The Mountain View Industrial Park PUD and its 5 consequent amendments are city-adopted documents that were approved in March 1999 for the first one, August 2000, June 2003, July 2003, and April 2017. Furthermore, the comprehensive plan identifies this property as industrial, appropriate for I-2 uses. Staff finds this application meets this criteria. The PUD zone document is consistent with any previously reviewed PUD concept schematic. No PUD concept schematic has been submitted to the city for this application since it's a single lot and is already developed in the industrial park. Staff finds this not applicable. The PUD addresses a unique situation, confers to a substantial benefit to the city, or incorporates creative site design such as that it achieves the purposes set out in section 214370 of the PUD zone district and represents an improvement in quality over what could have been accomplished through strict applications of otherwise applicable district or development standards. This may include, but not limited to, improvements in open space, environmental protection, tree vegetation preservation, efficient provision of streets, roads, and other utilities and services, unique architecture or design, or increased choice of living, housing environments, or the PUD is required to avoid completely prohibiting legal permitted business use within the city. We did address the first part, the Mountain View Industrial Park zone document incorporated higher level landscaping, fencing, architectural design requirements than traditional industrial districts found within the city. The proposed amendment will continue this requirement and will improve the site as needed. Staff finds this application meets this requirement, meets this criteria. The PUD complies with all applicable city standards not otherwise modified or waived by the city. This proposal was reviewed by referral agencies for conformance with standards in which all comments have been addressed. Public Works have made comments on making sure legal description matches on what's on the warranty deed. Planning provided comments to the applicant and identified the changes on the PUD. Staff finds this application meets this criteria. The PUD is integrated and connected with adjacent development through streets connections, sidewalks, trails, and similar features. Our analysis found that the subject property is fully developed and is part of the existing PUD. No changes in connectivity are proposed. Existing streets and sidewalks are complete, in place, and provided connectivity through the subdivision to the subject property and to Havana Street. Staff finds this application meets this criteria. To the maximum extent feasible, the proposal mitigates any potential significant adverse impacts on adjacent property or on the general community. No significant impacts were identified. higher level design or landscaping, screening as identified in the PUD have been applied to the site. Staff finds this application meets this criteria. Sufficient public safety, transportation, and utility facilities and services are available to serve the subject property while maintaining sufficient levels of service to the existing development. Analysis as infrastructure and utilities exist within and alongside of the subdivision and subject property. No further changes are proposed. The police department and fire district have reviewed this application, are available to serve this property as has been annexed to the city for decades and has been developed industrial property for almost 20 years. Staff finds this that meets this criteria. As applicable, the proposed phasing plan for development of a PD is rational in terms of available infrastructure, capacity, and financing. Our analysis is the subject property is fully developed and all infrastructure for the subdivision has been constructed. No further phasing improvements is needed or anticipated. As is a developed site, staff finds it meets this criteria. The same development cannot be accomplished through the use of other techniques such as height exceptions, variances, or minor modifications. The proposed use requires I-2 zoning, which requires a PUD zone document amendment. The proposed use cannot be accomplished through any other land applications. Staff finds that it meets this criteria. So it did go to Planning Commission on April the 5th, 2022. Planning Commission voted 5-0 to recommend approval of this case to City Council. We did send out notifications to 36 adjacent property owners. The notice was on the Commerce City Sentinel Express. One sign was posted. I apologize for that typo. Staff is available to answer any questions. The applicant is also present to speak on behalf of this request and to answer any questions that the City Council may have.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate the thorough presentation and welcome to Commerce City. Does anybody on council have any questions for staff? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. It looked a little bit different than what I had, the other presentation, but I believe it was on slide 28. I was just curious where it mentioned with the Tri-County Health Department getting an air permit. Do you know, have they done that yet?
Yes, so my apologies. I should have mentioned that before. So we do require the applicant to, so Tri-County Health did give us that mention to the applicant to go to the State of Colorado Department of Environmental and Public Health to apply for what's called a ASPEN. It's called the APEN, I'm sorry. It's called the Air Pollution Emissions Notice. So that application is just going to determine whether they need to apply for a permit based on their emissions, but that's something determined by the state. And we did condition that before them applying for building permits for any tenant finish.
So I'm confused. So they were approved already then to get the permit, or they're not?
No. That's they'll have to do that after this this hearing, before applying for permits.
So you're wanting us to approve it, but that may not pass through the state, or?
No, it's just to determine if they need an application or not. They'll have to go to apply through the state and determine if they need it or not. If that's just based on their, they have a formula. The state has a formula, and they'll have to conduct that formula. And if they need it, then they'll have to apply for the application. If not, then the state will let them know that they won't need the application.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Councilmember Douglas.
Yes, thank you. What happens if they're denied that permit?
I haven't looked thoroughly through that. I can check back and let you know later. Yeah.
But for them to proceed, they're looking for approval this evening before they can apply for that permit?
Well, so that would be at the building permitting process. So they will have to.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the process is that they have to go to Tri-County Health then first and fill out this questionnaire?
They'll have to go to the state. So Tri-County, they just referred the applicant to speak to the state
Okay.
and conduct that.
And can you tell me why this is an issue?
Well, it's a standard for any industrial use that operates in the city. They have to apply for that. So it's a routine application. Yeah.
Okay. And so it's not a possible issue that they would be emitting into the air pollution that would affect the air quality?
Yeah. No, it's Tri-County just they didn't raise it as a red flag. They just raised it as a process that they need to go through. Yeah.
All right. I think we have the applicant.
Yeah, we have the applicant.
I apologize. So it's our understanding, Omar, that the state will give us direction, and that really dictates we turn right or we turn left. So if our emission is below the acceptable level, we're good to go. If it exceeds that level, we then have to condition the air that we emit from the facility, and we've agreed to do that.
Can you tell me what kind of emissions you expect?
It's from welding.
From welding?
Welding. And we're currently functioning within Commerce City as it is, and we don't exceed what's acceptable, so we're not expecting that to be the case. However, we've planned for that. We have money in our budget as we retrofit the building, so if required, we will absolutely meet that requirement.
And you said you could condition the air? Can you explain that?
You have to have an acceptable amount of airflow through the building. So really what you're doing, I'm not sure the proper terminology, but you have to have as much good air leaving with the bad air, for lack of, it's not really a technical term, but it really has to do with how much airflow is moving through the facility where the welding is actually occurring.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Are there any other questions for staff? Seeing none, would like to invite the applicant to come forward and make any comments if he has any.
Just in general, we're currently functioning over on Brighton Boulevard. This would be an expansion for our company. So we've been very fortunate. Our company has grown at a very accelerated rate. We are physically constrained in terms of our ability to add headcount. We've done what we could to find the right building to help us do that as quickly as we could. I made a mistake. This is the first commercial building I purchased independent of the company. I didn't realize there was a zoning issue. So we're working through that issue. It is clearly the right business decision for our company and for our people. The facility will require the least amount of modification. Geographically, it's the best for our team. It's less than 8 miles from our current facility, so the people that we do transition to the new building, minimal impact. And we'd like very much to be there and continue to contribute to the community as we have. Happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate that. Does anybody on council have any questions for the applicant? Seeing none. Mr. Gibson, do we have anybody registered to speak?
Mayor Huseman, no members of the public registered to speak on the matter, and no written comments were submitted by the deadline.
Thank you. Nobody is here? Correct, sir? Nobody is here to speak? Great, thank you. All right, at this time, I will close the public hearing. And now I'm looking for a motion and a second to accept the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission on case Z-660-97-99-00-03-03-17-22. Councilmember Grimes?
So moved.
Councilmember Ford? I have a motion and a second to accept the findings and recommendations from the Planning Commission on that case. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously with one absence. We'll move on to the ordinance approval. I'm looking for a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading. Ordinance Z-660-97-99-00-03-03-17-22. Councilmember Grimes?
So moved.
Councilmember Madera?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve, introduced by council as seated and approve on first reading the ordinance. Is there any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance Z-66-97-99-00-03-03-17-22, an ordinance amending the Mountain View Industrial Park PUD zone document as previously amended for the property generally located at 9801 Havana Street and approving the Mountain View Industrial Park PUD zone document amendment number 6. Your vote is open.
All right, motion carries unanimously, 8-0 with one absence. All right, we are going to move on to ordinance on first reading, which is ordinance 2379, an ordinance enacting Chapter 13 Metropolitan Districts of the City of Commerce City Revised Municipal Code. Before we get into this, I'm going to clarify to everybody how the process is going to work. Mr. Robinson, our management analyst, is going to introduce the item. If anybody on council has any questions for Mr. Robinson or staff, you can ask those questions at that time. We will talk about written comments submitted on this matter. Following that, I will get a motion and a second to introduce by Councilor Seidel and approve on first reading ordinance 2379. After that motion and second have been made, I will open it up and allow council members to make a motion to amend ordinance 2379. We will have a motion and a second on the amendment, followed by discussion. We will vote on the amendment, and we will move to the next amendment. We will go through this process until there are no longer any amendments. After there are no longer any amendments, we will take a final discussion on ordinance 2379, vote on ordinance 2379, and move on with the rest of our evening. Ms. Geiger, do you have any issues with anything I just said?
No, Bear, as long as I can keep track of those amendments, I think we'll be good.
As long as we can both keep track of those amendments. Okay, did anybody on council not understand the direction that was just given on how we are going to tackle this ordinance? Councilmember Noble.
Thank you. When we discussed that this was upcoming at the study session, interim city attorney, Mr. Hayter, said that there would be the attorneys here who had drafted the Metro District.
Yes,
That is
ma'am.
you. I thought you were the financial analyst. You're not the financial analyst, you're the lawyer. Okay, I'm happy to hear that, thank you.
Okay, at this time, I will invite Trenton Robinson, Management Analyst, to introduce the item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. This is the finale of part 1 of our Metro District Regulations Model Service Plan journey that we've gone on together. During this presentation, we will provide an overview of the regulations, and I will pass it over to our outside counsel, who will be able to highlight the changes made after council's feedback on February 14th. We will then be available to answer questions as they come up. So I'd like to introduce Dalton Kelly of Butler Snow, who is our outside counsel, who will be able to discuss the new changes to the ordinance.
All right, good evening. My name's Dalton Kelly. I'm with the law firm Butler Snow. And so working with city staff, we made a few changes to the proposed regulations since the November 21st draft. And so I'll cover those quickly and then available for questions. Really, the changes had to deal with trying to make sure that the regulations and the draft model service plan were consistent. And so that's what you'll see as the justification is a lot of the changes in front of you. The first change was one to section 13, 1000 D4, and that language was just added to mirror what is in the draft model service plan. In section 13, 1001, the definition of financial plan was revised to make it consistent with the revisions that were made to the regional improvement mill levy provisions, and those were adjusted both under the regulations and the model service plan draft. Under section 13-1001, the definition of material modifications or materially modifies was revised to pick up other material modifications that were identified in the model service plan draft. And when I'm referring to making it consistent with the model service plan draft, I want to clarify that most of the consistencies we're pulling from the November draft. It's not that there was a ton of changes to that draft either. We were just trying to line them up. The following change was to section 13-001, which was to the definition of regional improvement mill levy. And we talked with staff on this, and The changes that were made to make it more consistent with what we see around the rest of the metro area as far as how it's implemented and what the mills are. Under section 13, 1003A, we put in some language to make clear that the city, when they're reviewing service plans or pro forma analysis or any other district financial plans, anything that's necessary as far as a service plan submittal, the city is allowed to retain third-party consultants to help with that analysis, and that the applicant is responsible for reimbursing the city for those expenses. The next change was to 13-1003B, and we just put in language to make clear that though the city is making annual reviews of service plan operations, and there's a few submittals under there, that just because the city reviews it doesn't mean they're signing off on how the district's operating or that they're waiving any non-compliance, that the review is for informational purposes, and then the city can choose to act under its remedies if it so chooses, if it finds non-compliance, but that just reviewing it in general is not deemed compliance. Under section 13, 2002, and there's 3 different sections, and these were just small revisions to make it consistent with the model service plan draft. Section 13-2101 was revised, and that's that regional improvement mill levy, and we revised that to make it operate similar to what is in other metro area cities. And then again, as far as the annual review or, I apologize, jumped again there. Under section 13-3101B2 sub 2, language is added to make clear that there's certain type of information that the city can request an applicant to provide. Part of that was pro forma analysis or other documentation demonstrating that there's not another entity, including the applicant, that deems it desirable or feasible to undertake the public improvements, or that it is economically advantageous to the future residents of the district to have the Metro District be the one who undertakes those public improvements. Under section 13-3101 C62, language was added to make clear that the city can disapprove of a service plan if it determines that the proposed district is not necessary for development to occur in the area, and this is working somewhat with the provision above. And then in 13-3102A, language is added to make clear that that if somebody submits a material modification or a service plan amendment, that they propose a specific modification or amendment, that if the city's going to open up the service plan, they can look at other provisions, bring those current with current policies, so that essentially, if we're going to amend the service plan, we're going to look at the whole thing and make sure it's current with current city policies and direction. Section 13-4001C3, language was added to make clear that when the city does an annual review, kind of like other service plan information that's submitted, it doesn't constitute an approval of the operation or a waiver with non-compliance. It's for information gathering purposes. And I believe those cover the changes that were made to the regulations. So at this point, I'll pause and can answer questions, or we'll move on to the next set.
Perfect. Thank you, Dalton. Based off of these changes and the conversations and iterations staff has undergone with council, staff does recommend the approval of this ordinance on first reading. Staff and outside counsel are available for questions as necessary.
All right, thank you both very much for the information. At this time, I'm going to open it up for questions. Please use this time to ask questions to seek clarification on anything that you would like to have answered. Councilmember Noble.
Thank you very much. My first question has to do with our council communication regarding multiple district service plans. And it states the first major change, which wasn't reflected in this presentation, is the inclusion of a model service plan for multiple district proposals. Can you explain, please, the benefit and the applicability of this?
Yeah, absolutely. And so I apologize for that. We were covering, focus on the regulations first, since that's what's before you tonight. But one of the recommendations that was made, so under your regulations, there are provisions about the control district, taxing district structure not being preferred. And so when we were looking at your single district model service plan, if there are provisions, and it looked like there are policy considerations that the city had thought through as far as how multiple districts interact, then we wanted to make sure that there was a multiple district model service plan that included those policy decisions that the city had put into the regulations. And so what you'll see as far as differences in the multiple service district model plan is, if you do have a service plan that's going to govern multiple districts, the debt limitation is cumulative. It applies to all the districts. The mill levies are the same. It would be the same mill levy for all of them. There is language in there about the interaction between intergovernmental agreements. They would count as debt for purposes of the debt definition, so that so District 1 and District 2, one of them issues debt. District 1 issues debt. District 2 then is pledging. The intergovernmental agreement from 2 to 1 counts as debt for purposes of the debt mill levy imposition term, the cap, all those things, but it doesn't count towards the total debt limit. And the reason for that is we don't want double counting, so that when you're sizing how much the total debt limit is under the entire plan, it's for the whole project, and we don't have to worry about this issue of, well, is this going to count here? Is that going to count there? Another thing that we put in your multiple district plan is that a service district or control district, a district that's essentially not going to have residents, that district cannot be the issuer of debt, and it can't be the one who enters into any reimbursement agreements. And the purpose of that is to make sure that whatever district is issuing the debt is one that is going to be filled with residents or commercial users or industrial users. And so those were just a couple of the things that we saw as terms that the city would want to dictate, rather than letting somebody come in with the city's single district model service plan adjusted with their language for a multi-district. We were trying to make sure the city had its own language in there for what it wants to see with multiple districts.
Were you made aware that many council members were opposed to coordinating districts and service districts, or the parent-child, however you want to describe it?
Yes, and that's, under the regulations, we saw those are discouraged, and we put in some limitations to try to keep there from being parent-child. And so, especially as far as parent-child, if you had a sub-district within a district, the limitations are cumulative, and the mill levy would be shared, so that no piece of property would ever have more than that maximum mill levy that is approved under your model. So there would be no stacking. Council member, the reason we decided to provide a multiple district is the regulations didn't outright prohibit it. And so we thought we should get in front of it and try to make your plan reflect your policies as much as possible without a straight direction of prohibition.
Is it possible to prohibit it?
You're the ones in charge of approving which districts are formed within the city. And so as far as if you don't want to allow a multiple district structure, you can give that direction, and there's an application process, and tell staff we want them submitting them as single districts. You can do that. You have the ability to approve the districts that are put in front of you. We just wanted to make sure you had a plan that accommodated either structure that could come in front of you.
Thank you. In the Title 32, there are two sections in particular that have to do with criteria. One of them lists 4 mandatory criteria. Mm-hmm. And of course, there is still some subjectivity to it because of language in terms of reasonable and that kind of thing. But I am more interested in the 5 discretionary criteria. Mm-hmm. Is that in this in the Metro District regulations at all?
So I know it's in your model service plan because I'm looking at it right now. It's on conclusion under page 22. Let me flip to the section on approval criteria because I do believe they are in there as well. That these pick those directly up, but it's one second.
In the ordinance or in the actual service plan?
Okay, so in your ordinance, in your proposed regulations, I will direct you to, it is section 3101, and then it's gonna be down a little bit. It is subsection 6 called action on application. And so what you'll see here is the statutory language, the city council shall disapprove if these are presented, and those are the 4 mandatory criteria from the statute. And then you'll see below that, subject to the city council's direction, you may disapprove, and here are those discretionary criteria, and these are also from the statute.
Okay. Is it possible for us to require a minimum square footage for a service plan, for the boundaries of a service plan?
As far as minimum acreage?
Correct.
You likely could require that, or at least put it in your regulations as your policy is to disapprove of, a district that is less than, let's say, 10 acres or whatever it would be. This is kind of where you get into the interaction between districts, what the district is and what the development's going to be. But under your service plan, they do put in how large the district's going to be, and so you could make a prohibition under the model that, or under your proposed regulations, that any proposed district has to be at least so many acres. And that could be one of your preferred criteria.
What I'm trying to avoid are these postage stamp parcels that serve as holding spots, if you will, for service plans where the developer and staff then populate the early inception of the Metro District. I would want everybody within the boundaries, and we would know specifically what those boundaries are. Can we ask for an infrastructure budget estimate based on a plat? That they provide a plat and then provide us an infrastructure budget estimate?
That's, as far as the financial planning goes, they're required to provide certain information about what the public improvements are going to cost. And as far as both your land use and Metro District approval powers, coming with the plat, if you're having the financial plan tied to that, then that would come before you on the land development piece of this. So it would just be a matter of doing that either simultaneously with the approval of the district or prior to the approval of the district, so you know what you already have. That would be that, and then it would be included in your financial plan. And then one thing that is under the financial plan is that any major revisions or changes to the financial plan in the schedule of debt issuance has to come back before City Council.
And Dalton, if I may, under the current process and the revised process, Metro districts can never move before a plat or annexation approval. And so you would never run into a situation in which you wouldn't be able to review the plat prior to, or at least simultaneous to, the Metro District Service Plan.
So the answer is yes. We could request that, because one of the things, we are the last line of defense for taxpayers. And it is ultimately the taxpayers and the home buyers who are paying for all of this infrastructure and so forth. And it is incumbent upon us then to have rules in place that ensure that the developer is making their profit, but at the same time, the homeowner and taxpayer is not overburdened in the future because of opportunities for abuse, because there are unfortunately certain developers who have abused the system and made it hard for decent, hardworking developers to do the right thing. But it is we're the ones who have to make that decision. We have to make sure that these things are in place so that our taxpayers and our homeowners are protected, because otherwise we wind up with situations like we have in Commerce City right now. And we want to be able to avoid that. I certainly want to avoid that, and I hope my colleagues want to avoid that as well. I may have other questions, but I'll close right now. Thank you.
Councilmember Hurst.
I think this is more directed at the staff. You know, I have a significant amount of things to reply back on this. I think the first one, though, is a concern about outreach. Who do we work with in developing this outside of just city council? You know, like what outside expertise besides, you know, a law firm analysis to rewrite this? Can you just explain to me the process we went through?
Yeah, so as far as I'm aware, I will give the caveat that this process was started by two staff members that are not currently present. One was former City Attorney Robert Sheasley and Management Analyst John Berjaley, who is out on military leave. That being said, as far as I understand it, there was significant portions of community interactions and community input during the spring and summer of 2020 and 2021. And then after getting what we considered to be a near final draft in November 2021, we put it out for public comment at that point. All of these, as part of the legal analyses, as far as I'm aware, have been compared to nearby municipalities to make sure that we are not going above and beyond what would be deemed unfair to our developmental advantage. But does that answer your question, Councilmember Hurst?
It answers my question.
Okay, are there any other questions? Councilmember Grimes.
Thank you, Mayor. Just as a follow-up to Councilman Hurst's question, was there specific engagement with developers through the process as a significant stakeholder?
Great question. As far as I'm aware, there was engagement throughout the process with developers. The most recent engagement with developers was when the final draft was completed on April 25th. That was distributed, but the November version, which is largely similar to what you guys are seeing tonight, was posted for public comment or for public review since November 2021.
And if I may add, just very quickly, this matter of topic was also discussed at a standing developer and construction roundtable meetings that we've had over the past 2 years.
What type of feedback was received from developers in those meetings?
Obviously, they expressed their concerns about, I would say, the additional restrictions from the existing model service plan and regulations that we have in place. I would say a number of those comments and concerns were also received by council in the form of what were their written feedback as we brought this back before you all earlier this year.
Thanks for that feedback. I'm certainly in support of making some changes to our service plan model. I just want to make sure that we're not impeding our ability to be competitive in the development market. So there's certainly a balance to strike. And I think there's some valid concerns for a few of the items in this particular draft. And so I'd like to see some changes personally, but I'll keep my comments at that for now.
Are there any other questions for staff? Seeing none, thank you very much both for your time. This time I'm looking for a motion and a second. Oh, timeout. Any written comments?
Mayor Huseman, written comments were received by the deadline and incorporated into the updated agenda published earlier this afternoon.
Very good, thank you, sir. At this time, I'm looking for a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading Ordinance 2379. Councilmember Madera.
So moved.
I have a motion to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading Ordinance 2379. Is there a second? And I will go ahead and second that. So we have a motion and a second to approve introduced by council as seated, and approve on first reading ordinance 2379. This time, are there any council members wishing to make an amendment to ordinance 2379? Councilmember Noble.
Thank you very much. My first amendment would be to prohibit parent-child metro districts and, where's the other one? The multiple service plan, the multiple district service plan.
All right, I have a motion to include language that would prohibit parent-child metro districts and multiple metro district service plans. Is there a second? Mayor Pro Tem.
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion to amend ordinance 2379 to include language that will prohibit parent-child metro districts and multiple metro district service plans. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble.
These multiple districts have proven to overburden homeowners in various districts within a coordinated situation. That is a problem that we need to be able to avoid. It's the same thing that we've been looking at regarding consolidated development agreements. It's the exact same thing. We don't want to put future homeowners in a position where they are beholden one way or the other to other districts within the master district, if you will. So that's why it's important to prohibit multiple coordinated service plan districts, the parent-child district, and multiple district service plans themselves.
Rogers?
Just for a point of clarity, that I think this may not have been clear when Mr. Kelly was speaking, but the thought behind a multiple district is when you have, for instance, a residential metro district and a potential metro district on commercial development that allows for breaking out the cost attributable to the impact of that development. By having a single district, you are going to be lumping the residential and the commercial into one, thereby having the residential taking on a greater responsibility of the burden and the impact for the infrastructure that would support the commercial as part of their mill levy. So it's trying to break out the infrastructure appropriately and accordingly and the costs associated with that and who would be responsible for having to pay that at the end of the day. Hence the need and what we thought was applicable flexibility when we do run into those instances where we may have mixed-use development across different parcels and making sure that they don't get caught with that cost. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Kelly?
Dalton Kelly with Butler Snow again. Yeah, that's a possibility. So usually what we see with these multi-district plans is, you have Commerce City Metropolitan District number 1 and 2. One's potentially commercial, one's potentially residential. They're going to coordinate in infrastructure. That would be one reason to do it under one service plan. There are other situations where it's phased development, which you'll get Metro District 1, 2, 3, and 4. They're all residential, and they're sharing in the public infrastructure costs for all three, given that they're going to be phased at different times. It just depends on if you would want them to come under one service plan that governs all three with, so let's say districts number 1, 2, and 3 are all part of a subdivision called 120th, development project. If you want to look at that total infrastructure cost as a whole and put them under one service plan and say, okay, you can do it in 1 district, 2 districts, 3 districts, here's your full amount and structure as you want to, that would be a reason for a multiple district plan. The other option being, do District 1, come back to us when it's time for District 2, come back to us when it's time for District 3. It's just your preference on how you would like to approve phase development, really is what it comes down to.
Then I have a follow-up, please. Tying two separate districts together with separate boards under one service plan has an impact on taxpayers, does it not?
They pay the same mill levy either way. They can only impose the same, and they're supposed to coordinate as far as services. As far as district operation, we just build the legal infrastructure for how these can be formed. I can't really speak to how they're operating and how that's impacting. The one thing is they have the same restrictions. They have the same fee limitations. They have the same mill levy limitations. One district can issue debt. The other district can also issue debt. They're going to be under the same mill levy restrictions. You would just have different boards making decisions for those two different districts.
It doesn't work that way in Commerce City. The coordinating district makes all the decisions, and the service districts are not allowed to make any except for regarding bond indebtedness. So that's why I am making this motion.
And we did prohibit the coordinating district from being the issuer of debt, or, we prohibited the coordinating district from being the issuer of debt or the one who enters into reimbursement agreements. So the decisions about debt and where that goes forward would be with the other districts. But to your point, these are policy decisions on how you would like to go forward. This is just a legal framework that's in front of you, can be adjusted.
All right, thank you very much.
Councilmember Noble, also for clarification with respect to the motion, for an amendment on the ordinance, we'd be talking about amending specific phrases with respect to the regulations and the ordinance. It appears that your motion is to amend with respect to policy direction, and definitely clarify if I'm incorrect. So
I'm sorry, I'm not hearing you.
Sorry. With respect to the motion to amend, and what's on the table is an ordinance passing specific regulations. So to the extent you have amendments on specific terminology in those regulations, that would be the direction staff could take with respect to changing the ordinance. And it wasn't clear to me if your motion was to amend with respect to specific terms in the regulation, or you're discussing a different policy direction.
I'm not clear to your question, so let me restate and see if I can help. It would be prohibiting the creation of coordinated districts and service districts or parent-child districts. I don't know the language that's used within these regulations, whatever would be appropriate. And then also the multiple service plan district, which was the very first item in our council communication, that would not be permitted. Does that help? What's it called? It's called multiple district service plans. Multiple district service plans would be prohibited also.
Right, and I would defer to Mr. Kelly with respect to the specific changes that would be necessary to implement that, but it's my understanding it would be quite a few changes in the regulations themselves. So in terms of the direction, it's a little unclear as to how to implement that with respect to the motion on the table, which was, I believe, to pass the ordinance with the attached regulations, but I'll have Mr. Rogers also clarify them.
That is correct. So what's before you tonight are the ordinance to adopt the regulations as it pertains to what's been presented by staff. The discussion in and around the model service plans is to occur at second reading, as that would be an approval or an adoption by the council through a resolution. So the proposed changes that are being discussed tonight pertaining to the multiple districts prohibition and or the, back to my notes real quick, the parent-child metro districts at this stage isn't appropriate to the discussion before you because we are only speaking to the regulations, not the model service plans. If there are, again, functional and/or appropriate changes to the language as it relates to the municipal code in which we are adopting to guide the review of metro districts, that would be appropriate as part of the discussion tonight.
I have probably 2 inches worth of documents here. What's the title page? I've gone through most of them. I have marked them.
So what you have before you tonight is the ordinance that speaks to the Metro District regulations. You
So
also
only 2379? With no reference to the service plans at all?
that'd be correct. Ordinance number 2379, that is your regulations.
Okay,
That
this
will-
one with the pink tabs?
I'm looking at the online version, ma'am, as far as the attachments.
Yeah, the pink tabs are mine.
So you have the ordinance, and then you have the proposed Metro District regulations themselves, which starts with Chapter 13, Metro Districts, Article 1, General Provisions, Section 13-1000 is what is before you tonight as a discussion around amendments.
Okay, all of these documents were given to us for this discussion this evening, correct?
Correct, ma'am. You have all of the documentation for,
And service plans are contained within the general provisions of the regulation.
say that one more time,
In
ma'am?
section 13-2100, service plans.
Councilmember Noble. The section you're pointing to is the section that directs the city manager to make a model service plan and what that should contain at a minimum. So if I were to suggest where your amendment would fit, under here you would say, form a model service plan that prohibits multiple districts, form a model service plan. It's a little tough without a defined term for the parent-child structure, but that would be where we would put those type of amendments, because what this does, as Jason was explaining, this is set in the regulations on the application process and the review process, and then what you would like to see in a model service plan. So this is the direction. The model service plan drafts that you have were provided as drafts for your reference, as far as the regulations say go make a draft, and so that is the draft that was circulated in November that has been refined a little bit.
Okay, thank you very much. Then I'm not clear why I'm apparently out of order here in some way. There are a whole list of prohibitions under section 13-2100.
What I may add, ma'am, I think what may have been unclear to us is whether or not you were speaking to the actual model service plans that are attached, or the actual ordinance and/or regulations that make reference to such, and having that be your amendment and making sure that that's clear to the record.
As long as its applicability is to the service plans, yes.
So if I may make a recommendation that may help with what we need as far as the direction with the ordinance, I think based on Mr. Kelly's suggested changes to section 3-2100, that the motion would be to include a prohibition of multiple districts and/or parent and child districts as it relates to the forming of a metro district under the powers and duties of the city manager.
Correct, so that becomes direction, correct? Because the paragraph before it says, the city manager shall develop a model service plan consistent with this article for approval by the city council by resolution. And so the list of, let's see, how many are here? There are 25 listed under that. And my motion is simply to add a 26th.
That is correct. I believe the full body would have to take a vote on the inclusion of that amendment or change, but Sarah, correct me if I'm wrong. That amendment that's being requested would have to be voted on by the full council.
That's correct.
Okay, have a motion and a second to amend ordinance 2379 for an inclusion of a prohibition of parent-child metro districts and multiple districts in the appropriate section that was just specified by the deputy city manager. Is there any further discussion? Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I'm not going to support that if it includes business.
All right, seeing no other requests for discussion, we will do a voice vote on that amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And opposed, say nay. And unfortunately,
Can we have a voice vote, please?
all those in favor, please raise your hand so that your vote can be counted. All right, motion is going to fail 4-4. Okay, is there another amendment that a council member wishes to make? Okay, seeing no other requests,
Sorry. Yes, I do have.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you very much. I would like that all elections must be located within the district boundaries. I move that all elections be located within the district boundaries.
Sorry, council member, which elections are you referring to?
Metro district elections.
All right, have a motion to amend ordinance 2379 to include language that all Metro District elections must be located within the district boundaries. Is there a second? Councilmember Hurst?
My hand was up for comment.
Councilmember Madera?
Second.
Have a motion and a second to amend ordinance 2379 to include language that states all elections must be located within district boundaries.
Can I just ask again with respect to the language specifically in the regulations, so we have clear direction, and Mr. Kelly can certainly comment which sections we're talking about?
So, Mr. Kelly, to give you some context, Metro District elections are going to occur tomorrow. One Metro District that operates within the city is requiring people that wish to vote to take their ballot all the way to Greenwood Village. The intention of this addition would be so that elections would take place within the district, not requiring people to have to shuffle all the way down there. We already have language that is already in this that requires district meetings to be within the city of Commerce City. I think that would probably be an appropriate place to insert that to say, and all elections must have the ability to be within the city.
I agree with you, Mayor. I probably would just make I would slide board meetings down under district governance and have the elections go right above that, or we can, I would make it, since it's elections, I'd make it a separate section, but we could add a section D, or we could make it A and slide everything else down, whatever would be your preference, but I agree on adding it to that area.
Thank you. Ms. Geiger, does that work for you?
I don't have that specific section in front of me, but if Mr. Kelly mentions it's a specific section with language, then yeah, that makes sense.
So are we good to proceed with this motion to amend?
Yes.
Thank you. Have a motion and a second that all elections must be located within district boundaries. Language be added to the ordinance. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Hurst?
Due to some geographic challenges in some districts, can we just make it within the city and not within the district?
Councilmember Noble, a request has been made that you amend your motion to to say that the district elections must take place within the city limits as opposed to within the district boundaries. Do you agree to that amendment?
I hear the question. I hear the question. Why are you asking for that amendment, Councilmember Hurst?
There are several districts split by geographical, say mine, for instance, there's a creek in the middle. If I'm not gonna start forcing everybody over there, can I find a better place within the city that's centrally located, like a fire station, the, Bison Ridge, Buffalo Run, whatever, a place that can be centralized in one location for districts that aren't in that close community tie like there are in many locations, but there are several that have that as a challenge.
Could we, would you be willing to consider limiting it to a 5-mile radius?
That seems realistic, considering that DIA is 6 miles from us as the crow flies. So yeah, that seems 6 miles from my house as the crow flies. So that seems realistic.
Yes, and Suncor is 12 miles from mine, so it brings it closer. It's just closer than having some area at the opposite end of Commerce City, for example. Okay, so I will accept an amendment that it's within the city, within 5 miles of the district's boundaries.
Councilmember Madera, do you accept that as the seconder of the original motion?
Yeah, so I guess, that really makes it so you can't have any meetings in the southern portion of the city. Because, I'm 11 miles from, say, Reunion. So, you're really taking out some of these restaurants in the southern portion of the city. So I would prefer it to be within city limits. That way we're not excluding locations within the city where people can gather, because Councilmember Hurst does have a point where election at someone's home or, a vacant piece of land, or, are you going to go somewhere that is more conducive to an election or a meeting type of setting?
Councilmember Noble, are you good for it to be within city limits?
No, this is strictly regarding elections. It isn't regarding meetings, Councilmember.
Yeah,
Madera.
I'm
It's
aware.
strictly elections. You walk in, you walk out, and that's it.
I'll withdraw my second.
Okay, I have a motion to amend ordinance 2379, requiring all elections to be located within 5 miles of the district boundaries. Is there a second? Mayor Pro Tem.
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Hurst.
Hand up in air.
Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, I won't be supporting it for that reason, that you can't have an election in the southern portion of the city.
May I also point out that elections have to be held in public facilities, not in restaurants.
Well, then you couldn't have the election at the Civic Center.
It's a public facility.
All right, I have a motion and a second to amend ordinance 2379, dictating that all elections must be located within city limits. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Motion's going to carry 5-3 with one excused absence. Does any council member wish to make an additional amendment to ordinance 2379? Councilmember Noble.
Thank you very much. Yes, I would like to make a motion also under governance, Article 4, regarding transparency. And that is to, okay, let me find it again here. Require information on Metro District and mill levies to be publicly available and visible at sales, offices, and on Metro District website when homes are marketed?
Council member, under section, let me find this real quick.
Section 13-4001?
It's under section 10, 10B, the disclosure to potential residents. Right now, there is the requirement that the district uses reasonable efforts and due diligence to provide information to potential residential buyers by furnishing to any developer, property, or home builders within the district's boundaries information describing the key provisions of the service plan for approval, for the approved district for prominent display in all sales offices, and inspecting the sales offices within the district boundaries on a quarterly basis to assure that the information is prominently displayed. Does that cover, it sounded to me like that's what you were looking for, because it would display the key provisions of the service plan at the sales office.
At the sales office? Okay.
That is what it says.
If it's in there, that's wonderful. Thank you very much. And I might add, there's a lot of great stuff in here. So don't think that just because I'm doing amendments, I don't think there's a lot of great stuff in here. There actually is. I'd also like to make an amendment to require with the submittal a plat map, infrastructure cost estimate, minimum acreage of minimum 5 acres. I did have an independent consulting firm to evaluate, but we already have that in as one of the items, correct? Independent. That's good. Okay, so a plat map, infrastructure cost estimate, and minimum acreage, 5 acres.
And council member, where were you suggesting with your motion that language be placed?
It's a requirement with the submittal, that you would submit that when you submit with the application. You would also provide that information.
If I may, council member, are you looking at, is your expectation with the minimum 5 acres a prohibition for being able to move forward with a metro district, or saying that that is the right to submit, which I think at the end of the day gets to the same outcome?
Can it be a requirement to submit this information? That's what I'm looking for.
Okay, that helps. So what you are creating is a tier that anything above 5 acres would be required to provide.
To submit an application for a service plan, or to submit a service plan. I'm trying to avoid postage stamp
So
metro districts.
if I could try,
All right.
What you're saying is that regardless of the size, you want disfavor upon any district below 5 acres. Is that correct?
Okay, that's good. I'll do it backwards.
So that is then a prohibition for any acreage below 5 acres of being able to submit for a metro district in the city.
Correct.
Sorry, to clarify, is that the only item at issue, is the acreage now, or
No,
are
also.
we still talking about the
A
plat?
plat, also a plat, and also infrastructure cost estimate.
Okay, and Mr. Kelly can speak to this as well, but it's my understanding the infrastructure cost estimates are requirements of the service plan.
So one of the requirements for the contents is a description of the public improvements that will be built, acquired, or financed by the district, and including a minimum map or maps of the preliminary construction or improvements, written narratives, and a general description of the role with the district regarding the improvements. So that's what's currently in the plan as far as my quick review.
And are we allowed under those circumstances then to make judgment regarding the size of the return on investment, for example, for the profit, for example? If it only costs $1 million to put in a road, this is just an example, and yet the what you're describing, the developer writes $5 million. Now, keep in mind, I'm trying to protect the taxpayers and the future home buyers. And then they ask for $5 million, and the city says, that's unreasonable. The actual cost is $1 million plus, overruns, 1,010% or something. Is there something in this that allows us to say, no, you are taking advantage of the Metro District regulations and are taking advantage of future taxpayers and future homeowners?
So, council member, one thing that is part of a proposal under the regulations, and I am looking at section 133101, subsection 2, as far as the concept letter, the city is requiring a detailed proposal for the Metropolitan District, including a clear justification for the need of the district, including a pro forma analysis or other appropriate documentation, demonstrating that no other entities consider it desirable, feasible, or practical to undertake the public improvements, or demonstrating that it is economically advantageous to the future residents or future end users of the proposed Metropolitan District for the Metropolitan District to undertake the public improvements. There's also a requirement as far as the estimated cost to be financed in the same section, and then the proposed repayment term. And then I would pair that for you with your approval criteria, and these are the discretionary approval criteria that we discussed earlier. And part of that is subject solely to the city's discretion. The city council may disapprove a proposed service plan if the city council determines that the formation of the proposed district is not necessary for development to occur in the area to be served, or that the formation of the district would not be in the best interest of the city or the future residents or property owners that are to be served in the area. So I would say under the current plan, you can request certain types of information, and then as a city council, you can determine whether the Metro District is going to be approved. And so that's, as far as the plat and the public improvement estimates, you control if public use decisions come before you before or simultaneously with the Metro District formation. I will add that to even have jurisdiction, these areas have to be annexed into the city because you only have power to approve Metro Districts that are within the city. And so an annexation would have to come before the organization of the district as well. And so it just depends on where you're getting that information to some extent.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that description and that you also included the discretionary criteria in that description as well. That makes a lot of sense. That would work. So then that reduces my motion to the minimum acreage of 5.
So your motioning encompassed 2 requests, minimum acreage of 5, and also the requirement of plat. And I want to make sure that the council has an appreciation for a distinction with a difference when it comes to the platting process here at the city. So under section 21-6100 of the Land Development Code, a developer, a property owner has the right to do what I call a super block plat, which is either taking the PUD zone document, for example, and if it has 10 planning areas, they can process a plat to take those 10 planning areas and to cut the parcel up to meet that planning area either as tracts or parcels. So they may not as how it's currently requested, an individual could bring a super block plat of just those 10 parcels as part of their metro district with additional conceptual narrative of what they would like to do in the formation of their metro district and still comply with your requirement. So as opposed to, for instance, starting with 10 lots, large lots, based on the planning areas of the PUD's document, I am assuming where your motion was going, ma'am, you are looking for a development lot plat. So taking one of those 10 lots and showing a plat that may be for 150 lots is what your intent is with that request?
My intent was to ensure that we are getting a full depiction of the estimate of costs of infrastructure so that we know that indebtedness does not exceed costs to a degree that burdens the taxpayer.
Understood. I guess where I'm going for clarification purposes, for instance, if we bring a future metro district forward and we bring a plat that has only 10 parcels, large lot parcels, and they bring a concept that meets all of the other criteria, is that acceptable to the council? If not, then your requirement for a plat at a much future stage, such as taking one lot of that 10 down and showing that it's going to be further subdivided into 150 lots, if that is your intent.
I explained what my intent was. If I'm not using the right words for community development, then I would like your assistance in helping me find the appropriate words for it.
So what I would say the intent of the request is that the applicant of the Metro District would be required to submit a plat for the subdivision of land for the intent and the purposes of developing lots and or roadways and other facilities for development purposes. And I can pull that section and be more specific, but that's the general intent. If I'm hearing you correctly, ma'am, so that you have a clear depiction of what is to be built, that's what I would say would be the intent of your motion.
And then the developer provides an infrastructure cost estimate based upon that plat.
I guess my question, Mayor, while I look at the more particular language to the platting of land, Sarah, does that motion need to be acted upon as one, or can it be broken out into individual requests for council's consideration?
We're talking about the ordinance and the regulations as a whole, so it's a motion to amend those regulations, so it is essentially one subject. I would ask again for clarification with respect to the actual terminology and sections that we're talking about. And actually in that vein, it may help council if those three items were separated to the extent they're in different provisions of the regulations.
Thank you, sir. I do have that language so that way you can make reference, Mayor. A plat for the purposes of laying out any subdivisions, suburban lots, building lots, to establish any street, alley, park, or other property intended for public use, or to offer for development purposes.
Would you like me to split these?
It is your motion, Councilmember Noble, so I'm just making recommendations with respect to following direction, but
Okay.
it would be best to specify the sections in the regulations, but other than that, it's up to you if you want to split the motion or not.
Okay, I would want it under the same section that applied previously for the city manager. There were 20, we are now at 26, so I would go to 27. And that the service plan would be returned as a resolution to include the plat language that Mr. Rogers noted, as well as, I think the infrastructure cost estimate was covered, right, Counselor?
Yeah, if I may make a suggestion, so is part of having your plat and plat infrastructure, so as far as the section you reference, Councilmember Noble, that is what the model service plan is what it's going to contain, and then what service plans that are approved will later contain. So if I were to make a suggestion, I would put it in the concept area, or so that would be more in section 133101 for conceptual review, because the submission of those plans and as far as the plat and as far as infrastructure costs go would be something that you would review. I don't necessarily know if that would be something that you'd put in the governing document. There will be a financial plan attached to the service plan, so perhaps that would be an appropriate place. But my suggestion would be to put it as part of the proposal as far as the information that you're going to review. Since what the service plan ultimately becomes is the document that governs, and this seems to be something on the front end that you're going to make decisions about.
That would be great, because what we're looking at here is is a financial plan and indebtedness that's based on reality and not on a sales pitch. It's not going to be what they wish would happen, but what they know when they're starting this plan, this metro district.
If I may, Dalton, as it relates to a prohibition of well, not a prohibition, but a limitation to metro districts 5 acres or more being able to file application, is it best to locate that within section 1005 applications to existing metropolitan districts, or is it best to create our own, a new section as a limitation?
So I think this is kind of, it would be best to split it up. So as far as what the model service plan requires, as far as what I'm hearing Councilwoman Noble say, is she wants it to say, no, the model service plan is going to prohibit districts in a size that is smaller than 5 acres. And I think that can be something that goes into the list of requirements for the model plan. Regarding the second conversation about plat approval and costs, I think that is a different area, because what the service plan is going to require, so what's hard about the other part is we can't say a number. We can't say you have to show X in your cost estimate. So where we put that is in the review process. The one thing that we can do with the acreage is it's a hard and fast prohibition, so I think that can go in the model plan. That would be my suggestion.
If you're reviewing, though, their financial plans, you're reviewing the pro forma. Pro forma has been described before. The pro forma is the return on investment. So yeah, we are already doing that, at least according to the description that we were given previously. So are we doing a pro forma analysis? Are we asking for pro forma, or are we not?
Under the proposed regulations, it's something that you can ask for. And so what I'm suggesting is if you want to ask for information similar to that, and what we have right now is the pro forma or other appropriate documentation. So I think as it's drafted, you can ask for what you think is appropriate in that arena. So that's that area on what you're going to ask for and what you're going to look at. The other area I'm looking at is the outright prohibition that you suggested. I'll also note that there are, under the model service plan as drafted, right now, limitations on the total debt issuance to being 100% of the estimated costs of the public improvements, this is the lesser of, it's either the lesser of 100% of the public improvements or the anticipated maximum bonding capacity of the district tied to certain metrics, such as an interest rate not less than 150 basis points based off the 30-year AAA, and inflation based on the Denver, inflation based off 4-year biennial growth and bonds amortizing over 35 years. So as far as the plan, when they actually issue debt, they're going to have to fit within those parameters that have been in the draft since before November. And so that would be part of it. And so that's what the service plan is going to require. What I'm hearing you talk about is what you would like to see as you're doing a service plan review. And so there's kind of this distinction between what do you want to see when you're looking at a service plan versus when they go out in the world, what kind of restrictions are they under? And right now, there are currently those restrictions on the amount of debt they're allowed to issue.
If you're asking for 100% of public improvements, how do you know what the cost is? What do you tie that cost to? If they're not, what information are they providing that's proof that that's the cost of the public improvement?
So, as part of current practice, a applicant will provide a cost estimate for the improvements that would be covered by the Metro District in which our Public Works Department provides a technical review to base against their expertise, that the cost per square foot, per mile, per linear, whatever it might be, is accurate. So we are already receiving a cost estimate on the established infrastructure for that development or for that Metro District today.
Okay, that's good. Then in that case, my motion is how did you say it backwards, Trenton? It was a negative as opposed to a.
So your motion is now just the minimum acreage requirement,
There you go.
correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you repeat that motion for me, please, Councilmember Noble?
Excuse me, Mayor?
Can you repeat that motion for me, please?
Yes. The motion is to prohibit Metro District's service plans, service plans for Metro District proposals of 5 acres or less.
I have a motion to amend Ordinance 2379 to include language that would prohibit Metro District service plans if the district is 5 acres or less. Is there a second? Councilmember Douglas?
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second to amend Ordinance 2379 for the inclusion of that prohibition of Metro Districts that are 5 acres or less. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Madera?
So I have a question. Would this also apply to commercial metro districts?
That would apply to all metro districts of 5 acres or less, whether it's commercial, redevelopment.
If we had, commercial development that wanted to come in and they're 2 or 3 acres, they wouldn't be able to form a metro district for infrastructure?
That is correct. Unless an exemption was in place as part of this motion that, for instance, exempted commercial development and or exempted development for the purposes of redevelopment under, under urban renewal state statute.
Yeah, I can't support this amendment as is for those reasons. We're talking about using different funding districts for redevelopment in the Derby area and different parts of the city. And, we already struggle with commercial development because of cost in other parts of the city, and this would just devastate that. So I'm not supportive.
Councilmember Douglas?
So does commercial development have to be in a metro district?
It depends on the wherewithal and the ability of the commercial developer to be able to fund infrastructure. I would say, as we've all heard, a higher mill levy with respect to commercial can have a stagnating or sterilizing effect for an extended period of time. However, it is also, if the mill levy is at an acceptable level, a widely used tool as part of the capital stack in order to deliver the commercial. So it's a yes and a no, ma'am, and it's really on a case-by-case basis depending upon the developer and the level of risk that they have to take on, either from the horizontal infrastructure and or their investors that may not be willing to cover a certain gap. Again, an urban renewal project would be a prime example where one of the reasons why there's financial support either through a metro district or through TIF dollars is because private investors not willing to cover the entire risk because of what impacts it may have down the road. So the metro district there becomes a benefit to securing the private capitalization for a project. So it's, like I said, it's a case-by-case basis, man.
Councilmember Noble?
One of the things, what I'm trying to avoid here, and Councilmember Madera, I'm going to direct this to you because maybe you have an answer for this. There is a group of metro districts that have there are a group of metro districts that were created based on small parcels east of Tower Road. These small parcels are not contiguous with the metro district. So I could perhaps, if you're interested, be willing to arrive at the same end by requiring that to prohibit any service plans for metro districts outside the boundaries. See, they have utilized the tool of the small parcels off to the side that have nothing to do. They're not in the main metro district.
Is that a question? Or I guess I would turn to staff and specifically the attorneys of what the best way to frame that would be.
At this point, it's interesting, given that under the plan, there's a prohibition on, or I guess did that amendment make it through the multiple districts and the parent-child? Because if there's a prohibition on multiple districts, then was that one approved? I am trying to keep track. Okay.
No.
So it would be a similar type situation that you're trying to address, Under the current regulations and the current draft multiple district plan, the control district cannot issue debt and cannot be the one that's entering into reimbursement agreements. As far as how much control they exercise over the other districts at that point, with those prohibitions, I'm unsure. At this point, it would just be if you want to prohibit outright a size of a certain district, or prohibiting an outright size with respect to residential districts, something of that nature.
Well, the vote on parent-child was 4-4, so that did not pass. I'll leave it at the 5 acres.
If I may, Mayor, I'd be remiss to share that in the core city, obviously, we have smaller lots, and when we think about aggregation of those lots, they may be somewhere between 5 to 10 acres, but they may be even smaller when we start to think about redevelopment. And depending upon the need for those new lots that are coming from that subdivision of that 5 acres for the private streets and/or amenities, once again, we had this discussion around HOAs that was tabled by the council. So you're now then relying on individual property owners to be able to self-govern with the lack of a metro district. So that 5 acres, while thinking about maybe more of the greenfield development in the northern range, could ultimately have a damaging effect on the redevelopment efforts in the core city. So just something for you all to take into account.
I would disagree. I don't think this will have an effect. Metro districts have been used by a tool to gain as much possible profit as possible at the expense of the taxpayer and the future users. So I don't think this will harm it. There's 48 other states that don't have metro districts, and they manage to do just fine. So I think that we can, in fact, limit the use so that it's not just, it's become a tool for certain developers to extract as much money as possible through the bond possible, and then recycle that money over and over and over again through junior bonds and et cetera. There has to be some way to protect taxpayers and future residents, and that's all I'm trying to do here, is to protect them for the future. And I think we all need to be thinking that way, because someday we're not going to be sitting in these seats, and there are going to be residents who come up to the podium or send the future council members emails complaining about their taxes. And we will have been a party to it because of our votes.
All right, I have a motion and a second to amend ordinance 2379 to prohibit service plans for metro districts that are under 5 acres in size. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay.
Nay.
And I believe we're going to land 3 ayes, 5 nays, 1 excused absence. We'll take a 10-minute recess. Session. Thank you for that short recess. This time I will ask, does anybody else have an amendment they wish to make to ordinance 2379? Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, there's a couple things that I think we need to take a closer look at because of the unintended consequences, because we're not just talking about residential. And I think we're really focused on one set of current service plans that we're unhappy about without thinking of others. So holistically, I have to say that beyond the beginning of a service plan, I think I counted 8 different sections that really impede a democratic process for a separate government entity to make their own decisions. And I think a good example of that is the 50-10 limit on the cap. I believe that you can absolutely tax people out of their homes. And so I'm not opposed to a cap. But if Metro District, governed by homeowners, decides to build an amusement park in their neighborhood and want to fund it through their own Metro District and pay back the bonds on their own, I could care less. That's none of the city's business outside of the building permits and the approval process to do so. But for us to cap their mill levy without an out is, I think every single one of these probably needs to have an in clause that says, or through city council approval. But then on the flip side of that, once it's homeowner owned and they're making their own decision, that's a democratic process that my personal belief we have no business in. But I can go down and mark each and every one of those because I mean I have them marked on my screen here. So let's go to a couple things because I know I'm asking for an amendment. Let me get back to my first screen with notes. Apologize. All right, so first, how are we going, it's a question, but it's going to feed the amendment that I'm requesting. How are we going to define an annual oversight fee for the next 40 years? And really my question goes to fairness of implementation of that type of regulation. So you have Metro District A and Metro District B. Metro District A is following every single regulation out there. The review of their service plan and what they're doing on an annual basis takes a total of 10 minutes because all the boxes are checked and it's all done well. Metro District B is getting funny business, and it takes a considerable amount of time to do oversight on that Metro District on an annual basis. Why is it Metro District A paying the same amount to the city to reimburse the cost for the oversight?
If I may, under the annual oversight fee provision, that's 13-1003, it says that the fees will be established by resolution of the city council and that the city council may establish a tiered fee structure to account for unique considerations. So I believe under these regulations, we have the flexibility for council to decide if you're a straightforward annual review, that's not going to take much time. You're tier 1. If you need a little bit more oversight, you're tier 2. Tier 3, if you need a lot, it would be up to council pursuant to the resolution to set those and the circumstances. But as far as the provision right now, I believe you have the flexibility to do it.
Right, so it's not a requirement. It gives you the option if you want to, and any fee adoption would be under a separate resolution.
So you're suggesting that Metro District oversight is optional?
The fee to charge for oversight is optional based on council's decision. So you have the ability to impose a fee on oversight, and you also have the opportunity not to. But this gives you the ability, if you so choose to in the future, you can, as a body.
Okay, how's it gonna be effective after year one? Like after initial creation of a metro district, I would play that rule all day.
So I will have to admit, sir, I'm not fully understanding where you're trying to
Year
take that
two,
question.
all of us are homeowners are now controlling the board. I don't want you to look into my business because I have my own quasi-judicial government entity that I am now elected through a democratic process. You have no business in my business as a metro district. So I'm going to tell you to pound sand. Like, you're not coming in doing anything.
Okay.
And I'm not going to do that. I'm just telling you that could easily be done. Unless you're requiring this oversight, and if you're requiring it, then we should require a fee, to be fair. And then at some point, when are we going to have some fairness and credibility with the city council on who gets what tier? I just think that's not defined enough. The whole point I'm making is that leaves a lot of open space for people to mess inside of that.
So are you taking issue with the policy decision around an annual oversight?
I think we should make it $100 or whatever the number is for everybody, or nothing. Because I think it's not fair as it is, and to create fairness creates a whole other host of issues when it comes to influence.
So I go back to it. This gives you the flexibility to create that fee. It doesn't, how can I say, no different than how we've treated fees with any other requirement.
So
we have that as part of that resolution, not as part of this. This is simply saying you could do it as a flat rate, you could do it as a tiering, you could do it as a catch-all and or other to be determined by the council, but.
So all the feedback we've heard is that you need to be predictable. You know, if we're going to increase anything, it has to be predictable. And what was just explained to me is the definition of unpredictable. Because you could build, you know, housing development on property A and housing development on property B, and from the outside looking in, they all look the same, but a group of council people could have a hair up there, you know what, for the developer, and all of a sudden there's 3 times the fee, and we've made up justifications in the past, so I'm pretty sure we would do it again.
So if the council would like to establish a straight fee, per se, I would say the recommendation would be at second reading, because that's a resolution, to make a change to our fee schedule that would outline what would be the annual oversight fee.
A straight fee is unfair in my mind, because some metro districts are going to require a lot of oversight, and some may require 0. But again, if we have a full board full of homeowners that live inside that district, at what point is our oversight worthless?
So I go back to my initial question is that if an oversight of the metro district is either simplistic and or complex, and there's questions that are, I'll call it multifaceted and need further review, from a policy discussion as it relates to the ordinance, is this matter ripe at the time of your approval? And what I mean by that, is it too premature to be having this discussion about annual oversight as the issues that you're bringing up? Or, once again, do you take it forward with some future modifications, knowing that after execution within 6 months, it may have to be changed? I guess that's my question back to you, sir.
And that's where I get sideways a little bit on this, is because I tried to work this out in my head last night, is that, okay, so I'm 5 years in, my first 4 years of my metro district, it was a 5-minute review, is no big deal. Year 5, we make some significant change. There was room left on our bond, and all of a sudden we want to take out the rest of that on our bond, and we build something. Now we have a far more complex issue. Who brings that to city council to change the fee structure? And how many of those a year are we going to hear? It's more of a question that doesn't have an answer because I'm not asking you to guess or anything like that. I just want that, the point of that is that I think I was one of the people that said, if we need oversight, I think a small fee makes sense because, again, we're outside of, if you have a quasi-judicial government entity on their own, I'm not sure, again, where the city comes in with any authority to tell them they can't make changes as long as they fit inside a democratic process, right? And are legal. But then we're coming in and saying, well, that democratic process is pretty confusing, so we're going to charge you quite a bit for making those changes. That just seems absolutely ridiculous to me.
So the question of oversight, that's a policy question. That's council's decision.
And I'm not coming after you guys. I'm just making this point.
That's
Sorry.
fine. And then setting the fees, typically how we do that is we get an analysis of how much time it takes each staff member involved, and then set a fee to cover those direct costs of whatever service that is. So that's the typical approach. If you don't like that typical approach, then we would need your direction in terms of some other way of doing it.
No, I understand that completely. I just think we need to further define what that is and how that is. And I'm not asking either of you or any of the staff to do that. I think as a whole, we're opening ourselves up some potential for influence and questionable decision-making if we're going to be changing and tiering fee structures based off of opinion. Because of that, because I don't think there's a solution on the board that puts that, I'll remove my request to make an amendment. But as it stands there, I can't vote for that. All right, next one. A prohibition, this is in the service plans, under the model service plan 13-2100. Number 4, a prohibition on the execution of any intergovernmental agreement or reimbursement agreement that is likely to cause a substantial increase in the district's budget, if not described in the service plan, without prior authorization from City Council. Goes right back to my first discussion. If that is voted by a majority of the homeowners through a democratic process, how is that our business? If they followed the rules for open meetings, for a public hearing, and they followed all of that, that's none of our business. If they decide to increase their overall tax structure or their overall tax liability by a democratic process inside their own neighborhood, why do we have authority over that? Number 4, under model service plan, under number 2, it's the 4th one down. So I understand what we're trying to do. I just don't know that we have any authority there. I want to protect that too, again. But if as a standalone metro district, again, we decide to do something that goes beyond building our houses, but we decide, the community park needs to have a complete facelift, and it's going to be a cost to everybody, but it's voted on in a democratic process that follows today's current laws. It's none of my business as a city councilman. I mean, they don't have to open that up to anybody else in the city. It's theirs. And so why do we have oversight over that? That just doesn't jive for me as well. So if I were to make an amendment, I understand what people are trying to leave in there, so I don't want to just say axe the whole thing, but we need to come up with a better solution as a city council on that, because we don't, in my personal opinion, have authority there.
Would it be more appropriate, sir, and I'm looking at, while not looking at them, Dalton and Sarah, that as opposed to prior authorization of city council, just to help you with your motion, are you trying to go with more of a public noticing as opposed to authorization so that people are aware of the increase in the budget, so that if questions are made, then through the election process or through their own Metro District process, that it can be addressed?
Yeah, but there's a but there, because if you go to notice of hearing section, there is at least 30 days prior to a hearing, the applicant must cause written notice of the hearing delivered by first-class mail to all fee title owners of real property in the proposed boundaries, as well as the newspaper, which is one of my amendments. I think that is archaic. And if you have a supplemental email chain, I think it should absolutely suffice, because it's a lot cheaper for the Metro District as well to deliver on that demand. But we already have the demands on public notice written into this. So if they're not following the public notice process, they got a far more authoritative arm of the government at the state that is going to be a lot harsher on them than we'll ever have the authority to do so. So if they're not following the public notification that we have in Section 4, which is also a very similar process that the Attorney General's office has on public meetings, and the Secretary of State, then they have their own issues. So at that point, a public notice is moot, because they have to follow that section of our regulation. At the very least, they have to follow the state's regulations.
So the only thing I can also think of under number 4 is whether or not, and this may be, it may be saying it more inherently than actually just stating it, is that obviously any significant increases in budget, depending upon the situation, may also lead to a substantial modification of that service plan if it was identified for an improvement. So improvement A versus improvement B. Improvement A is now being expanded beyond what was contemplated at the time. That may be a substantial modification that if they are entering into a reimbursement or an IGA with some other quasi-entity other than the city, they would be required to come back to us, obviously within seeking authorization for that increase in their service plan or a modification to their service plan.
That's the only place we have authority, though. But we don't have authority on that budget increase. That's what I'm suggesting, is you spend all the money you want in a democratic process. Doesn't mean that it'll ever happen. I'm just telling you, like, if you wanted to build an amusement park, we can't stop you from putting that in your budget. Yeah, we could kill your service plan or your building permits or your zoning change, but we can't touch your budget. And so maybe the suggestion is that if we want to keep that in as a council, we need to change the verbiage.
So as opposed to an increase in the district budget, and I know, Dalton, you may have a better sense of if we already include this in there, but if it is to help with the council and the deliberation and action, is it likely to cause a substantial modification to the service plan, if not described, without prior authorization of the city council or something to that extent, seeing what sticks to the wall, per se? But that's what I would think is where you're trying to take that, sir.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it to a spot where we actually have authority, because I don't believe we do.
So I'm going to try this on for side. A prohibition on the execution of any intergovernmental agreement or reimbursement agreement that is likely to cause a substantial modification to the district's approved service plan without prior authorization of the city council.
Or Jason, just a material modification.
There you go.
Yeah. That would be a modification, a change, or An intergovernmental agreement or reimbursement agreement that is likely to result in a material modification as defined under the district service plan or the regs. Material modification is defined, we have those identified in the definition section, and they're also set forth in the model service plan. So if you want to tie it to that, I think that that's a path you can go.
Can we explain how that's any different? Because we already have to get approval for service model service plan changes.
It's different because you could have a substantial increase to an IGA or a reimbursement agreement that doesn't rise to the level of a material modification. That would be the window, that would be the potential. And if it's a right under the service plan that the city reserves, then that's a right that the city keeps. Just like consent rights for exclusion or inclusion, under the statute, that's not the explicit deal, but if you have an explicit consent right to something, then that's where your right comes in, because it was part of the agreement or it was part of the limiting document.
So you're saying we can make significant changes, but we can't change the height of our fence? I mean, to me, some of the stuff that we go back and forth on, it just, I'll move on to the next one then, because that to me still doesn't, I would, actually, let's make that first motion. I'd like to change it to the suggested motion with the combination of what you guys said. If you could repeat that for me so I can make an appropriate motion, sir, I would be appreciative.
Yes. Fill in where I fall down, Dalton. A prohibition on the execution of any intergovernmental agreement or reimbursement agreement that is likely to cause a material modification to the district's service plan as referenced in section.
Well, so since this is just the direction on what needs to be in the model, I would just say a prohibition on the execution of any intergovernmental agreement or reimbursement agreement that is likely to result in a material modification as defined in the service plan without prior authorization of the city council.
Mayor, are you going to accept that
I'm writing.
as my motion?
I'm writing. I'm
trying
to get it all. Well, give me 1 second here.
Yeah, so moved.
Okay, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, I have a motion to amend ordinance 2379 to include language that would prohibit the execution of any IGA or reimbursement agreement that is likely to cause a material modification to a district service plan without consent of the city council.
So moved.
Did I get that? All right, looking for a second.
Good job, sir.
Councilmember Grimes.
I will second the motion. My hand's also up for a
I
comment.
know.
Okay.
That's why I saw you fumbling, figuring you were trying to second the motion, but your hand is still up. All right, motion and a second to amend ordinance 2379 to include language that would prohibit the execution of any IGA or reimbursement agreement that is likely to cause a material modification without the consent of the city council. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously, 8-0. Did you have another?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I have a couple more. Trying to keep them quick or combine a couple, but this is on the next page of the resolution, and it is it's combined with a couple things I have to say. When we start diving into finding the definition, I promise.
Can I just bother you all for clarification on that motion? Was that a replacement of section 4 then, or in addition?
In my mind, it was a replacement. If anybody has an objection to that, please speak up.
Yes.
Could you tell me what document we're operating off of again?
Yes, ma'am, I can tell you we're in the ordinance itself.
In the ordinance? Okay.
We were in the ordinance itself on the last one, and really it was under Article 2, Service Plans, Part 4.
What section?
Section 2, Part 4. That was the last one? All right, I apologize. There was one more on that page. It's number 6 is a question, and if, depending on the answer, will be the motion. A prohibition of the invocation or exercise of any actual or perceived city sales and use tax exemption. Does that exemption stop any potential tax increment financing opportunities in the future?
Article 2.
As written. 'Cause the motion's going to be to exclude that, because if we don't have that as an option, I think we are doing a disservice to the city.
So what the provision prohibits is exercising any exemption. So that would mean that they need to pay the sales tax, which would generate your TIF. You need people paying sales tax above the base to have TIF. And so by not exercising an exemption, you're collecting sales tax.
And so if I have a tax exempt, attainable or affordable housing project coming into a metropolitan district, you're saying the section later in this ordinance is going to cover how that works? Because I did read that section, didn't have as much notes on that, but I want to make sure that, you know, I know there's great examples of property that were in a metropolitan district with every intention for the value of that property paying back on the bond debt. Something happened, don't care what it is, that property is now excluded from the metro district, and the burden of those property taxes or that bond liability is now placed on all the residents or the businesses that are inside that metro district, but with that one exclusionary zone because of whatever the case was in that situation.
So there's two things operating, as you have pointed out. There is basically the provisions that they're not going to support the conversion of any property to tax-exempt uses if they're part of the finance plan, and I believe that justification has to be made to the city council. As far as the sales tax exemption, this would only apply to district property because the district-owned property, because the district itself is what's bound by the service plan. Other property owners within there are not district-owned property, so this would be a governmental exemption from sales tax.
Okay, so like for some reason within the district, we're talking about paying back on the district's bond liability. You can't have one property that's sitting there exempt out of some special deal. Is that essentially what you're saying?
I mean, you would have to have, it's kind of interesting how this one would operate, and I didn't draft this provision, so this is just my, this was part of the plan to begin with, so staff, if you have more insight to where this came from, let me know. But as far as a provision on the invocation or exercise of any perceived sales and use tax exemption, let's say the district owns a recreation center, and within that recreation center, they sell snacks or anything that's, subject to the sales and use tax. It's district-owned, district-operated. As a governmental entity, if they had a perceived sales tax exemption, they cannot claim it. They would have to remit that sales tax. That's who it would apply to. Otherwise, other business owners, other taxable property, unless they were otherwise tax exempt under the statute, would still be falling within it. It would basically be limited to that situation of, say, hey, you got a clubhouse and a nice bar, you're got a golf course, you're going to pay sales and use tax.
Understood. Then no amendments needed. As it read, I thought that removes our ability to have any potential for tax increment financing, which I think could, in the long run, hurt us. Next one for me is a prohibition on the reimbursement of any developer or property in the district more than 80% of actual cost of public improvements, more than $25,000 of the cost of organizing the district or any development security expenses. Why 80%? What stuck us on that? Because very few lenders are going to stick to an 80% number if it's public improvement. Public improvement by definition in my mind, and I could be wrong, because I know there's a public improvement definition in the front. Public improvement is what, if we didn't have metro districts, the city pays for.
Yes and no.
In a traditional sorry.
Yes and no. Like I said, public improvements are broad enough to be sanitary, water, sewer. Obviously, streets is an example, but once again, but yes.
Because later, we use extraordinary public improvement. And if the extraordinary, like we're asking for more than is required, and then not funding that back, but only up to an 80%, who are we? I've never heard of an agreement like that. That just doesn't seem like a feasible agreement, both at a financing level and a fair business practice level. I mean, if they're out of the goodness of their heart want to pay, 20% of public improvements on what, the city should be paying for, I have no problem with that. But it just seems like that's something that's going to really hurt us moving forward. Because I don't think I looked, I couldn't find another municipality that's doing something like that. I guess what I'm getting at, to be clear, so I'm not, beating around the bush, that's where I have my greatest concern, because last month we were at $577,350 as our average household cost in Commerce City, and $425,000 for condos and townhomes. If we keep asking developers to put costs on the front end, we're going to be like Fort Collins, who we tried to model ourselves after in this, where their average home price is $679,000 and continuing to rise every month. I just don't think that's what Commerce City wants.
So is your motion, sir?
I'm trying to figure out if my motion is going to be viable, because there's a piece here that doesn't make any sense to me.
So right now, obviously, it's a limitation on the ability to reimburse the developer at 100% of the cost of the infrastructure that's going in.
How often do we really give them 100% back?
So thinking about this in the context of taking the city out, a reimbursement agreement can be between, correct me if I'm wrong, Dalton, it could be between the city, a special district, or another entity, in being able to seek that reimbursement back for the developer taking on those costs.
Sure.
Yeah, that's the typical context is prior to the debt issuance, developer fronts costs for public infrastructure, district goes and issues debt. They cover somewhere, I think average is probably somewhere 60 to 70%, upwards to 100. And so this would be capping what they can pay back under that reimbursement agreement, because it's strictly a limitation on the developer. So it's, the typical structure is developer enters into a agreement with district, they front the cost, and then the district goes and issues debt to pay the developer back from bond proceeds, is kind of the typical structure there. So it's just whether you net whatever percentage you want to limit it to. It could be 100%, it could be 80, it could be 70. I can't speak to how much they normally get back, but I've heard it's more like, it's less than 100 typically, just based off what the district's allowed to issue. Not because of service plan prohibition, just what the market will bear as far as the district's issuance.
start fixing a problem that the market fixes. That's why I said I'd possibly combine these, because we're gonna get less public improvement because of this regulation, because you're putting an 80% repayment back, you're putting a limitation to 50 mills with 10 being operating, and then you're saying you have to pay it back in 35 years. So any cost above that then comes right back to the front end cost of the house, the townhome, or the apartment that is being built, right? Because if we anticipated making 100% reimbursement for public infrastructure that traditionally the city pays for, we're only gonna get 80% back, so we have to cook that 20% into the front end cost of the home. And the debt that we're gonna max out at 50 mil has a 35-year life. The outcome of that is we're not gonna get the public improvement that we all have been talking about for the last 2 years. And if we do, our $700,000 houses that are being built right now east of Tower Road are gonna be $750,000, $775,000. And Commerce City is gonna start looking a lot different than it does today. I'm not going after you guys at all. I'm just making points.
So just to help us, sir, are you looking at under section 132100, 210 and 212?
They're better than me at Roman numerals, but yes.
Are you looking at that as an and or? So for instance, if you're saying, are you capping at 80%, but then they should have the ability to fluctuate the mills? I'm trying to decipher here, so bear with me. Or are you saying if they want to increase the mills, then they're limiting themselves at 80% reimbursement of the cost towards that public infrastructure?
What I'm saying is right now it's an and. And I even left out one piece because you're only, the total amount of the district debt is equal to or less than 50% of the district's assessed valuation. We are cornering ourselves as development happens to force more front-end costs on house. And we're going to be Denver, where it's $745,000 on average for a house if we continue moving down this path with all the drainage fees, road impact fees, and then this type of language in our metro district. I just, to me, that's where I'm missing this, is like, look, there's a lot of things I want to solve, but some of these things are going to end up hurting us when the developer's done building it and, as everybody likes to say, leaves town.
So I appreciate that. I think just helping from a threshold standpoint, I see one thing. That's a and B as it currently stands. It's the threshold policy discussion. Should that be an A or B? And if it's the latter versus the former, then is there language pertaining to either 2B10 and 2B12 that should be considered for the council's vote on amendment?
Well, so it's 10, 12, and 14 for me that really are arguing with each other. I mean, they just don't make sense when they're ands, and that's the point I'm trying to make. But I really think we're limiting ourselves if we said, in no situation can we have any of these things. I guarantee there are reasons that we're not fathoming today that doing these three things the way that it's currently done make a lot of sense. We all know that there are several red flags in the process of creating a metro district that we are keenly aware of and going to avoid. And the combination of all of these things, coupled with not allowing residents to sit on a board, yeah, that's a disaster waiting to happen. But if we're not gonna allow all these other things to happen leading up to this, then we're limiting the development opportunity.
If I may, sir, just to dig a little bit deeper into that question about 14. Obviously, this is looking at the initial issuance of debt and that debt being paid within 35 years, subject to if the board has not voted in favor of refunding said debt. What is your concern with the initial issuance of debt within 35 years, knowing that in practice that, make up a number, 5 million of that debt that's maybe issued in 35 years ultimately will be either paid back or refunded as part of a larger bond package that's been identified by the homeowners that may have taken over that metro district?
So I think my number one issue with this is it's out of the spirit of what we're trying to do, in my opinion. I really think it absolutely limits a development's opportunity to develop as needed the public improvements and amenities that a neighborhood needs because we're limiting what can be built. It doesn't mean we don't have authority over, like I was halfway joking earlier, that if you had a developer come in and, you know, our public park's gonna cost us $60 million because we're gonna have some, you know, crazy amenities that don't make sense. We can stop that. I mean, that would be ridiculous, right? Like, none of us would approve of that. But we're changing the way the bond market's going to be able to interact with our developments in Commerce City, and that's different than the neighboring cities that are also seeing all the development that we long for. So I don't want us to get into a situation like Aurora has, where they have developments with over 220 mills. But at the same time, I think we're limiting the opportunity for public infrastructure development by these three clauses.
Sir, are you advocating then that these regulations be in place only until the residents take over the Metro District?
I mean, it's too late because the bond financing and everything's done by then. And so that's where my problem is that this is a hard no. You're making a hard no before even hearing the case. And to me, that's bad governance. You're putting yourself in a corner. And so if you want to leave the clause in there as a council, if we want to leave them in there, we have to leave ourselves an out. It just doesn't make any sense to be a hard no before hearing the case.
And if I may for a second, so this is what the model service plan has to include at a minimum. You can choose to deviate from the model when you're approving plans. This is dictating, so I just want to be clear on what this section's saying. This section's saying what you want to see in a model service plan. If you don't want to see that in the model service plan, then you can give us that direction. But I just want to be clear that this isn't tying your hands on deviations from the model. Under the statute, you just have to treat plans non-arbitrary or capricious. So if there's a reason that you need to deviate from the model, that is in your authority to deviate from the model. This is just telling us what you want to see in the model and what generally you would like to see. So if generally you would not like to see it, then that would be the amendment to either get this out or not put a number on these things. Say, we want to see a limited mill levy. We're not telling you how many mills that is. You know, bring us plans, or the model will have something in it, but we're not going to put it in the regulation hard and fast on the model has to have this. That's up to your discretion. I just want to be clear. This is just telling us what goes in the model, but it doesn't mean you can't approve plans that deviate from the model. That's your discretion as a council.
Yeah, I think I appreciate that explanation, and it furthered my point of deviation is a scary word on city council. Deviation from the standard you set or the parameters that you set for a project. There's no amount of transparency that makes that trustworthy, just straight up. We've tried it. We say we're not transparent, we're super transparent, but guess what? There's no amount of transparency that's going to bring back trust in any deviation from a standardization. I don't believe that can happen, not in today's world. So for me, if we're talking about an amendment, all I'm asking for from all of us is that we're setting a strict standard here. I mean, a pretty harsh standard without considering the potential for what could be in front of us in 10 years. Not us, but in front of this council. And if the answer is, oh, we'll make a change then, we'll never hear the project in the first place because no one will come to talk to us for that change to happen.
Sir, if I may.
Please.
With respect to the 3 sections you're referring to, those numbers were derived by our former city attorney through the iteration with previous city councils to discuss what limits they would like to see, because that was the direction of a majority of council members. So my recommendation is that if you do want to see that number changed, make the motion and allow the council to change that direction that staff is working off of.
Well, I don't expect a whole major change, but it's got to be on record because I think this is what hurts us. One of the most significant things that hurts us in this whole thing.
So if I may clarify, sir, do you have a motion with respect to?
Yeah, my motion is to take section 10, 12, and 14 and give ourselves an out by creating this as a recommendation, not a requirement.
Not a provision.
Mm-hmm. And here's the thing, if we're in a bad spot on this, period.
To clarify again, that motion would be to eliminate those provisions from these sections of the regulations. Is that accurate, Councilmember Hurst?
Well, that's accurate from what I want, from what's actually going to happen. I don't believe that to be true. I'm looking for help on a compromise that allows us to keep at least that discussion in recommendations, but as a requirement, I think it absolutely destroys opportunities that we're not thinking about.
Okay, I have a motion to amend ordinance 2739 that would change the language for sections 10, 12, and 14. And instead of making those requirements, would make them recommendations. Is there a second? Councilmember Grimes?
Sorry, I'm happy to second.
I have a motion and a second to amend ordinance 2739 to change sections 10, 12, and 14, making them recommendations, not a requirement. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble?
Councilmembers Hurst and Grimes, are you suggesting that we remove the limitation on 50 mils for debt service and operations and maintenance with no more than 10 mils being used for operations and maintenance? Is that your suggestion? So you're going to eliminate the maximum on mills for future taxpayers and future homebuyers?
As it's written, yeah, absolutely. That's the goal. And it's not, it's because 50 and 10 is an arbitrary number. 35 is not realistic in the bond market. So yeah, I think if that wants to be a recommendation and a developer can make that work, absolutely, I think that's a great thing to do. But to put ourselves in that corner and limit ourselves to that is not only short-sighted, I think is going to end up being a major detriment to our future because of just the changes in property value, period.
I would disagree with that. And then on 10, a prohibition on the reimbursement of any developer, I would actually be opposed to any reimbursement because that's usually where costs get hidden. And then what is your problem with 14?
All right, so first of all, I got to go back to your comment. It's public improvement. So if you're going to say we should remove that, any type of reimbursement, then you then should run a motion to say, let's start a bank account to do public improvement because we are required to do so otherwise. And then we are going to be going against the city's vote to have growth in our city, but it pays for itself. The only way public improvement happens is if the public pays for it. And so for us to be able to remove reimbursement of public improvement, unless you want to take that into the front side cost of of every home, that doesn't make any sense.
Under reimbursement, construction records are owned by the private developer. That's why it's not open to public record. That was my concern with it. I think this is better than nothing. I certainly don't agree with you, as you know, regarding nothing happening in Commerce City if this goes through. So
No, I think it'll still
will
happen.
vote
It'll just be
against-
at 750,000.
Excuse me, sir. I
You talked
would like to
to me, so
finish
it's
my thought,
conversation.
which is that I will vote against this motion.
Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, I guess I have a little bit of a different perspective in that, the model service plan is just that, right? It's a model for people to, have guidance as to what we would like to see in a service plan, and we're outlining that here. So if you take out, the parameters of what we would like to see, then you might as well just throw away the model service plan because there's nothing there to model it after, right? So we do have to have parameters, and I think it's kind of sad that we've gotten to this point, right? Because it's a few bad actors that really led us to this point where we had to, spell things out of what it is that we want, and you have to have some figures in there because you can't have, where it was before, where there wasn't any limits, and then you have those. Metro districts where people are paying 200 plus mills in property taxes when everything's said and done. So, I think we have to leave it in there, and if we want to define, what that is, if it's more than 50 and 10 for your debt service and operations, then we have to spell that out. But I'd be opposed to removing that completely because then without it, you don't have a model.
Councilmember, if I may just describe how this would work in practice. So because this is being changed from a requirement in the model service plan to a recommendation, when staff is working with a developer who wants to create a metro district, we would give them the model service plan. They would have a list of, these are the items that council is going to hold you to. And then there would be 3 items in here that council prefers and would essentially create a situation in which they would need to justify why you need to go outside of those parameters. Now, that's just in practice, and different councils will choose to enforce that in different ways because it is just a recommendation, but that is in practice what would happen with the amendment that's being proposed.
Thank you.
All right, I have a motion and a second to amend 2739, changing sections 10, 12, and 14 by creating those as recommendations instead of requirements. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed say nay.
Nay.
And I believe that we are going to land 3 ayes and 5 nays on that. Councilmember Hurst, did you have another amendment?
I'm really happy we got that on the record. All right, because it's going to be fun.
Look, it's getting late.
I have
But-
more. I got plenty more.
It's getting late, but the testiness and the smart aleck remarks need to stop so we can get this finished.
Discounting an entire opinion under one comment is where that testiness comes from. So I'll continue. All right. I need provisions requiring the submittal to the city for review and comment of agreements involving any pledge of revenue or promise to reimburse any person or entity from district revenue and any proposed debt issuance or refinancing of outstanding debt.
Sir, if you can help me, where are you at within the
I
document?
apologize. I'm on 22. Same section. Page 8.
Yes, sir. Okay.
So again, without a bit of context, this seems to me it seems to me that we're getting into the business of a quasi-judicial government entity.
So I'll give a little context to this one. This is emerged as a more common provision throughout the metro area in model service plans. The reason being that if debt is issued that is beyond the debt limit or that violates another provision of the service plan, once it's out there, there's nothing the city can do. Before it happens, it's a material modification that you can correct. So it's become more common to either have documents submitted for review or to get an opinion from district council as to compliance with the service plan. So that is the aim, and it has become more common. Again, it's a policy deal that you can have, you can leave it. That's just where it came into play is you got to get on the front end of the debt issuance, otherwise you don't really have your ability to call out a material modification unless you're monitoring everything that all their meetings essentially.
So I don't disagree with that intent. I guess the problem that comes in is the process by which we're also demanding in the section for public notification. So go through a pretty extensive, both on city council and in Metro District, you can go through a pretty extensive effort to put out public notification and follow every rule. So are we, and then nobody shows up, less than 10 people. Are we suggesting that we're then going to use city council to be the bumper on that, like to make sure that nothing's happening when they had every ample opportunity to show up and say their piece in a democratic process? I guess foundationally where this is at is all of this also puts more costs for management on the Metro District. Every single thing that I brought up also puts more costs to manage your Metro District operationally on an annual basis, and we've capped that as well.
So what I would say, sir, is if there's considerate concern with respect to the effective application of it or getting to the desired outcome of, I would say, like I said, Dalton, Trenton, correct me if I'm wrong, more transparency as it relates to where the revenues are flowing and ensuring that there's a clear understanding of that within the practice of the service plan and within our regulations, that if it's not meeting that intent, then how do we address that level of transparency and accuracy of that information that ultimately may come up in future, to your point that you raised earlier, for future conversations with councils that will have to respond to questions that we get from our homeowners.
No, and I get that. We're trying to make sure that accountability stays with the decision makers at the beginning. No doubt, I see the value in that. The problem I continue to have is the Metro District law itself. Once we approve a Metro District, it is my personal opinion that we've turned over that authority to the state to be the oversight. And it's the AG's office and the Secretary of State are the two people that have that authority. And we're then interjecting ourselves into the same authority position or a position B, if you will. That just seems like we're being redundant in that, and it's just not necessary.
So, what stands out to me within this language here is submittal to the city for review and comment. It does not speak to.
It's worthless, though. Why do
to the approval? It's no different than when working with an adjoining municipal government where they submit applications that are on our borders, where we may not have control. However, we still review and provide comment that may present a better path, a more efficient path for them to then make their determination. So I see it no different to that. So no harm, no foul. We're being given an opportunity that may, from a different perspective, help the body in question think about their own application, but we are not determining the application of how they pledge those funds.
Great explanation. I can live with that. Next one. Seriously, I thought that was a good explanation. Why is the last, can we change the self-imposed regional improvement mill levy to 35 years to match with the end of the maximum debt service length, because are we gonna pay a mill levy, regional mill levy for 5 years longer than the metro district's gonna be in play? Why 40 on that and not 35? I guess that's my question. And if I make an amendment, it's to change it to 35.
So I think with respect to the regional mill levy, correct me if I'm wrong, Dalton, the conversation that we had internally was with respect to trying to align that within the model service plan?
Yeah, we had a conversation between what is standard in surrounding municipalities, which is most imposed for 40, but most also have a 40-year termination date on district debt as well, or doing the 35 years. And so this is, to your point, Councilmember Hurst, this is a policy decision on if you'd like to see those sunset at the same time, or if there's a reason that you would like the regional improvement mill levy to be an additional 5 years.
I'll
Sample
stop you there because I don't have a problem with it.
I think it makes more sense, it's random, but I think it makes more sense to be 36 years, okay? The year after you must be done, we're gonna audit you for that, and then it's done. Like, there's no reason to continue paying for the next 4 years.
I would say this, staff is comfortable with the selection of a year between 35 and 40. It's, once again, more or less really down to the conversation or discussion by the council.
All right, and again, that's a metro district cost. That's not helping a developer whatsoever. That is, so I feel like when I read through this, we very much focused on year one creation of metro districts, and we didn't forget, we just left a lot of context out of once it's owned and controlled by homeowners. There's a lot of things here that I think can inhibit their ability to make decisions long term. I think this is the last two, and they're kind of combined.
So if I may, sir, is your not knowing whether or not those are all grouped together is...
I don't think I'm gonna get support on it, so I'm moving on to the next one, because it's just not enough material change. It doesn't make sense, but it's not enough material
Can I
change.
just interrupt for a moment? We are either at automatic adjournment time or pretty close. And I didn't hear a motion to extend.
We have 10 minutes. We had
Okay,
19 minutes
I'm
of.
just looking at section 2-2003, and it says that all regular meetings shall adjourn automatically after 4.5 hours after the commencement.
We had 19 minutes of recess that I'm told extended the meeting automatic adjournment time to 10:49.
Wasn't aware that the recesses extended the time. Okay, I'll look into that.
However, if your legal opinion is that the recesses don't count,
Just gonna check with the clerk one moment. For the sake of fairness, since essentially there was no meeting during that time period, I would say for the moment, it would be okay to subtract that time. But would caution again, that would be just a few more moments. Thanks.
thank you. Councilmember Hurst?
All right, last 1.5. What's an extraordinary about public benefit?
Which section again, sir? Just
I'm sorry,
for
under
people
the
at home
service
following
plan
along.
review section, C number 3.1. says an assessment of public benefits and extraordinary public benefits including value of basic infrastructure against the public benefits. So I looked at the definition of public benefits, but couldn't find an extraordinary public benefit.
Under section 13.1001, there's a definition for extraordinary public benefit. Means development outcomes that benefit the public in an extraordinary manner, including without limitation, by exceeding minimum requirements and standards, delivering or facilitating the delivery of infrastructure or services that address significant challenges or strategic priorities previously identified by the city, providing systematic solutions that deliver a greater benefit to the community or any other factor deemed relevant by the city. So that's the definition that has been provided.
Yeah, and for this one, this is as far as I've understood it, this is a staff review mechanism. So when we bring a service plan to you, if a metro district, for example, is addressing a priority need that we know we have in a specific area, we can identify that as an extraordinary public benefit for your review.
Okay, so is it simply a city manager and staff reporting, or is it a requirement?
I believe under the plan, it says that the city does not prefer service plans or modifications to existing service plans that provide no extraordinary public benefit or only fund basic infrastructure. So it would be a preference of a city, not a requirement. Again, this is in the policy declaration section of the city council, so your direction on what your policy is on the matter.
So I just want to, so we're saying here are your requirements, but we don't prefer them. We're asking for more without defining them?
So I'm going to answer your question kind of working backwards, sir. So when an application is being made to the council for consideration of the service plan, one, staff is going to report on those extraordinary benefits to help you make an informed decision.
Yeah, that's great.
So for example, they're going to pay for or construct half of a Cloverleaf interchange. That's an extraordinary benefit that may sway your thinking because they are going to be providing an improvement that those residents and those businesses in the future and in the near term will also benefit. So it's probably worth having a conversation on. I can say we can negotiate, but we cannot exact as it relates to improvements that are based on the impacts of that development. You may have certain developers that may be more willing to do those extraordinary benefits or those regional improvements that are of note as a way of being able to demonstrate good faith in working with the community that they are going to become a member of, corporate and or who those buy from them into the future.
No doubt, and I think in a lot of situations that can help you sell your property better, you know, whether that's a business or because it's a potential facelift. But to me, the statement in the ordinance today sounds like it would be better written if it said, City Council will only approve your metro district if you do the minimum plus at least one extraordinary public improvement. Because we're saying we don't prefer that. Like, we don't prefer meeting the minimum standards. We're going to hassle you if you don't do something extraordinary like that. That's what it feels like it says. And it just, to me, we can simply say that's what we want.
It is a little bit wonky in its drafting because it's got a double negative in it. So does not prefer and provide no extraordinary. So it gets a little weird in the reading. I will admit that.
All right, last one. Can we move on from newspapers? Like the notification for notice of hearing, which is section 4, part B or 1B, published once in a newspaper of general circulation in the city. And when I say that, I think the amendment that I intended to write when I wrote my note to myself was, you have this first delivered by first class mail. That's a cost to the Metro District that is part of their operating cost, okay? But also, most metro districts have made a pretty valid effort to communicate effectively through email or an electronic means. And there's no way I could guess how many people actually have a newspaper in any given neighborhood, but it's not a lot. I promise that. And so it's not that I'm saying let's remove that secondary requirement, but if they can prove a credible second way of communication, I think that should fit the bill. Like last I heard, my metro district has 93% of homeowners' emails. That seems legit if that other 7% also were handed a first-class mail.
I'll say there's always the one rule, and it just takes one person not having access to email, social media, digital media platforms, and rely on that paper publication that can easily derail the consideration of an application. So I think.
But that's what we covered. You have to have a mailing address within the metro district in question. And if we already have a first-class mail requirement, that second one for the newspaper is secondary. And the 93% of people that you got an email from don't have newspaper. And that's a dumb statement. I'm just suggesting that's how things have transitioned.
And I can shed a little light on this. That's the statutory requirement. You can change it for purposes of your regulation, but under the statute, they're still going to require first-class mail and publication in a newspaper.
All right, I have to interject here. At this time, I'm looking for a motion and a second to extend the automatic adjournment by 30 minutes. Councilmember Grimes? I have a motion to extend the automatic adjournment. Is there a second? Mayor Pro Tem?
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to extend the automatic adjournment by 30 minutes. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Madera?
Yeah, I won't be able to stay if we continue. I gotta get back to work after this, so, yeah, I can't support the motion.
Any other discussion? All right, motion and a second to extend the automatic adjournment by 30 minutes. Go ahead.
I appreciate your comment, Councilman Madera. I've been waiting patiently for 2 hours to make my comment and just want the opportunity to do that.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Like we are going to be 6-2. Okay, please proceed, Mr. Hurst.
Well, I think my option for a amendment was killed by the statutory requirement. It was my understanding that the law that was passed last year allows for electronic communication.
I'll have to double check the recent amendment, but as far as I'm aware in every metro district that is currently, that we're currently looking at service plan review for, they're still sending the notice via first-class mail and doing newspaper publication. So let me give a look at that statutory reference and get back to you on that. But as I said, for purposes of your regulations, these can be in addition to the statute. You can ask for it to be by email as well. And then if they change the statute in the future and they allow electronic, then you're in line with that. So I'll take a look.
I appreciate that. And then, I'm sorry, I apologize, I lied. We've had this before, so I just need to ask a clarification question because this doesn't seem fair. If you petition to be removed from the boundary or your property removed from a metro district, as we've seen in the past, what liability do you then hold to pay back the original? You still have to pay the original bond liability that you first agreed to when you purchased your house, right? That's good enough for me. Rogers, head nod. I won't ask to have that added. Thank you for the time. I appreciate it.
Councilmember Grimes.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to propose an amendment under Section 13-2100, Section A 213. So I'll read it as is. No provision authorizing the adjustment of any mill levy to account for changes in the method of calculating assessed valuation, including any change in the ratio of actual valuation or any constitutionally mandated tax credit cut or abatement. I'd like to make an amendment to remove the word no. I believe this actually it actually hurts our residents if there were to be a downward shift in assessed valuation. But we wouldn't have the opportunity to move downward with the mill levy. And I think we need to account for that here. So I move to remove the word no from section 13-2100, subsection 2, item 13.
I have a motion to amend ordinance 2739 by removing the word no from section 13-2100, subsection 2, item 13. Is there a second? Councilmember Ford?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to do so. Is there any discussion? Member Grimes?
Sorry, I just forgot to put my hand down.
Councilmember Madera?
I guess I have a question about what the impact of that is, right? If there was a downward assessment in the value of the properties, wouldn't, even if the mill stayed at the same level, it would decrease with the assessed value?
So the way these provisions usually operate, and that's by removing the no, what this would say is, and this is the old Gallagher style adjustment, but would apply to statutory or new constitutional type adjustments. So if the residential assessment rate goes from 7.2 to 6.8 after the service plan is approved, the district will adjust its levy to generate, in good faith, generate the same revenue that they would have, kind of no more, no less. It's supposed to operate as a hold harmless, and that's the way that these typically are drafted. That way you're not getting a benefit from the adjustment, but you're not losing money by a change that was made by the General Assembly or the Constitution.
And so if we remove the no, what does that do?
It would allow that adjustment. So right now, if you levy 50 mills and the assessment rate is 7.2, and next year levy 50 mills and the assessment rate is 6.8, and let's assume all else is equal, you'll generate less with that 50 mills than you would have this year. So what this does is say, okay, because the adjustment rate, assessment rate changed, you can basically collect what you would have, but for the reduction in the assessment rate.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Councilmember Noble?
This whole Gallagher thing drives me nuts. Could you say what you just said again?
So,
in language that somebody who doesn't understand Gallagher can understand?
yeah, unfortunately, it's just the concept is kind of what it is, but
well, let's do this. What is Councilmember Grimes attempting to do by changing this particular line?
So what it would do is it would be a hold harmless. So 50 mills, whether the assessment rate is at 7.2 or 6.8, 50 mills is supposed to generate roughly the same level of revenue that it would have. The goal is, so if the district goes and issues bonds, they're going to issue, under this current plan, they're going to go issue bonds with a 40 mil debt service levy. If in year one, when they issue the bonds, the residential assessment rate is 7.2, that's going to yield so much towards debt that they can pay debt service with. If the assessment rate goes down, they're going to levy the same 50 mills, but they're going to have less revenue. So usually it's a market concern of, if we say we're going to levy 50 mills, we want to be able to collect essentially what 50 mills did in 2022, even if the residential assessment rate went down in 2024 because of a temporary statutory credit or a new constitutional drop.
What provides more protection for a future taxpayer or future homeowner? To include the word no or to remove the word no?
That would be in the eye of the financial analysis. It could affect interest rate. If you don't have the adjustment, it could affect the ability to sell the bonds, and it could overall reduce that. On the flip side, if your residential assessment rate's going down and your mill levy is the same, you can ultimately end up paying less. It just depends on assessed value. Whether your assessed value, if your assessed value goes down, 50 mills is going to look different. If your assessed value goes up, 50 mills is going to look different. Unfortunately, it's just kind of in the financial analysis.
Okay, if I don't want taxpayers to pay more taxes, should it say no provision? Or should it just say, or should that word no be removed?
Again, council member, it really just gets into the finances. It's likely to affect the interest rate and the ability to sell bonds. An increased interest rate could affect the cost of borrowing. So as a taxpayer, I carry that. If my mill levy is adjusted, it's going to generate, I will say this is supposed to be revenue general. So as a taxpayer, I'm supposed to pay this. It's supposed to generate the same amount of revenue when it's adjusted, so it should be revenue neutral. But I can't say one way or another. It's just the legal analysis. It's not a financial analysis.
Councilmember Hurst.
I really do think that this goes back to if we're basically building in requirements that push homeowner control into these metro districts early on. I don't think we're protecting them from, some of the bad horror stories that we've heard. What I think this allows it to do is say you have a flat rate on your debt and you're gonna pay $100,000 a year. And then you have kind of it's not fixed, but it's basically a fixed operational cost where if it's $50,000 a year for the services provided by the Metro District, and it's maybe $52,000 next year because of inflation, okay, we still need to make that $152,000 to cover everything that we are liable for. But if the value goes down on a house and then your mill levy, then you're not bringing in that same amount. All this is doing is allow you to bring in that $152,000 like you did last year to cover not only your fixed bond liability, but also your operational costs with maybe a small inflation increase. And so I think it gives the managing board the flexibility needed to cover their liabilities.
Any other discussion? This is one that frustrates me to no end whenever people start throwing out. We had to adjust the mill levy because of Gallagher. And it frustrates me because Gallagher adjustments to the residential assessment rate. And granted, there weren't any from about 2003, 2004 until about 2017, I believe. It stayed pretty steady at 7.96. It wasn't until the 2017 valuation that the valuation went up so much that the residential assessment rate was reduced to 7.20. A house that was worth $200,000 paying at 50 mills at 7.96% paid less than a house worth $400,000 at 50 mills at 7.2%. And now it's 7.15% because the value of that district and everything in it continue to go up. So you always see the complaint of, we have to raise our mill to offset that, but you never hear about the offer of, hey, because your valuation went up, we're gonna lower your mill levy because we're bringing more money in to pay those bonds, or because we're bringing more money in to pay the operations and maintenance. And so I can't agree with taking out language that is going to allow for those arbitrary increases that have occurred. And I read an analysis on one metro district that blew their debt mill levy from what was initially set at 35 to a whopping 63 mills right now and blamed it on Gallagherization. So I can't in any way support any kind of language that is going to allow districts the ability to say, I'm going to increase this because the residential assessment rate went down. There's more to it than just a residential assessment rate. There's district valuation that goes into it. And simply saying we have to give that freedom to do so, it's a foul and it takes advantage of the situation. Any other discussion? Councilmember Hurst?
But sir, didn't we do exactly that in our district this year where we reduced our mill levy because the value increased by 4% and change, so we reduced our mill levy by the same?
I have not looked at your district finances to know what you have put forth in the budget. I will say that your district operates in an anomaly compared to a majority of the districts in this city. And your district made changes a couple years ago that set up the ability to do that. However, when you have other districts that don't have the freedom and the control that you have in your district, you put those residents at risk. Now, all evening long, you've continued to say if it's a homeowner-run district, then hands off. The problem is there are too many examples of homeowner-run HOAs that have run amok, too many examples of homeowner organizations that have either foreclosed on their neighbors' properties, charged outlandish fees, or set up an organization that was not very neighborly. And so you make the assumption that just because homeowners have taken over, all of a sudden everything is going to be great, and that's not the case. Sometimes homeowners take over and homeowners suck. And I can't give carte blanche just because it's a homeowner versus a developer doing that. I just can't do it. Councilmember Madera.
I'd like to amend my motion to continue this to the next council meeting.
I have a motion to continue ordinance 2379 to the next council meeting. Is there a second? Councilmember Grimes?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Continue ordinance 2379 to the next council meeting. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries 6-2. We will carry that over. We have 15 minutes. Administrative council business. Per council policy, except for emergency or unforeseen items, council members are encouraged to submit administrative business items by the Tuesday before the meeting with another council member's endorsement. Are there any council members that have administrative business items of an urgent or unforeseen circumstance? Councilmember Grimes?
It's a carryover hand, sorry.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to bring something to everyone's attention. About a few weeks ago, I was contacted week before last by the manager at the auto zone off of Quebec, and he notified me that the store recently was robbed, and there were gunshots fired as well. And he took off outside running. Was very frustrated, very upset. Said it took 7 minutes for a police officer to arrive to the scene. And I just think this is very concerning because 2 weeks ago today I brought up a motion to see how we can help the police department, and just want to stress again, I want to support the police department. They support the residents. But this is very concerning to me. I just think that we need to find a resolution or something, a solution to help Commerce City, because 7 minutes, he expressed to me, was very concerning to have to wait 7 minutes for an officer to arrive, especially when the police station is across the street. So I just had to share that tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Noble?
Thanks very much. I have 2 items. This is actually sort of a council report, but it also falls under administrative council business. This is a question for staff also. I visited Kids First in the new building on Colorado, and it's really an incredible facility. They'll be able to see 150 kids per week for both physical health and mental health. However, there is a very costly user tax that has been levied against them of $35,000 to $40,000. And the question is there a way to eliminate that fee for a nonprofit, particularly one that provides medical care to Commerce City kids?
Are you speaking, ma'am, to the sales and use tax that they
Yes.
paid during the tenant improvements to that building?
Yeah.
So we have in the past entered into sales and use tax agreements. More time than not, it's actually been with either businesses. It's also been with affordable development. We don't have a provision that lacks the ability to enter into such agreement. Yes, sir.
I believe actually circa 2018, there was an ordinance passed that waived use tax on facilities for nonprofit organizations.
We'll look into that, sir.
Permit fees, but I don't believe
Correct.
use tax was
That-
waived.
So we can look at the permit fees, and that's obviously something that we can address. But if it's council's consensus or direction, we can always reach out to Kids First and work with them on a sales and use tax agreement. Now, I will share with you, sales and use tax is collected up front, but then typically we will conduct an audit to ensure what they've actually paid into is what they're actually able to receive outside of that 1% of sales tax that's dedicated. So that usually audit and that kind of recovery or reimbursement usually happens within, what would you say, Roger, 18 to 24 months after entering into an agreement. So it's not a upfront reimbursement of X funds. It's an audit after it's an audit of what they paid in that they then will receive, that they'll receive within 18 to 24 months of the agreement.
I think it would be a wonderful gesture on the city's part. So what would I need to, do I need to do something? Do we need to come back for a vote on this?
Yes, sir.
Resolution 2019-60, use tax rebate. The city manager is authorized to rebate non-dedicated city sales use tax at 3.5% rate payable to the city by or on behalf of a qualifying nonprofit entity on behalf of
I'll second that.
by the nonprofit entity or by contractor or consulting acting on behalf of the nonprofit entity. Such rebates shall relate solely to construction materials and charges by contractors for use of construction equipment in conjunction with any development of ownership and use by the qualifying nonprofit entity provided.
We will go run and gun.
Okay, so I don't have to do anything, right?
No, ma'am.
Yay, they're gonna be so happy. We just made some people really, really happy. That's a good way to do things here at the end. I have one other. The Blue Ribbon Economic Development Committee has had 4 meetings now. We have 2 meetings remaining. The last meeting will be focused on putting the report together. I think it's been very successful, very interesting. The people who are participating have had lots of recommendations and suggestions. Unfortunately, our minutes are strictly a recitation of the agenda, and there's nothing in the minutes regarding the recommendations and suggestions that have been made by any of the members of BREDAC. However, all of the meetings have been recorded at our request because there has been someone by Zoom during every meeting, so all of them were recorded. There is apparently, according to the interim city attorney, no provision in our council policies for any of us to watch these videos from our home, for example. And in fact, I received an email today that said the only way that I could see it was if I filed a CORA and then made an appointment to come into City Hall. Keep in mind that these are publicly noticed public meetings. Anyone can attend. I had asked at the end of the first meeting if it was recorded and was told it wasn't, although I was audio recording that meeting, and that it was agreed that we would record all future meetings. So I am asking tonight that we approve a motion for members of the BREDAC to view recordings of the BREDAC meetings.
I have a motion to approve the ability of BREDAC committee members to watch recordings of BREDAC meetings. Is there a second? Councilmember Douglas?
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second to allow BREDAC committee members to view recordings of BREDAC meetings. Is there any discussion?
I would like to clarify that it could be from home as well, that you don't have to come into City Hall to do this.
Councilmember Grimes?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like clarification from interim deputy city attorney on why it was stated that there would need to be a CORA request originally.
I wasn't actually privy to those conversations. It's my understanding that there's a council policy, I believe it's Council Policy 2, Section F, that lists a number of options whereby council members can be informed about commission and subcommittee happenings, and it doesn't list either recording those commission meetings or viewing them. And so if council were so inclined, you certainly could amend or revise the council policy to include recordings and videos of those commission meetings as a means by which to be kind of informed of the happenings.
Councilmember Grimes, I can give you exactly what these are in the council policy. I can read them to you.
No, I just wanted clarification from the legal perspective,
Okay.
since that was what you were told earlier. And then what would that mean for residents requesting the same thing?
I believe the issue was specifically concerning council members having access to those recordings. Members of the public certainly can attend those meetings, and as council member Noble referred to, can certainly make or request to the extent they're available and public records. Otherwise, staff would have to, I assume, live stream or publish that on YouTube or something like that, where there would be, immediate access to those recordings.
Councilmember Noble, are you asking for the residents who are on BREDAC to be able to have access as well? Because I don't know that that's what's being accomplished.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Grimes, I'm not picking you up this evening.
Sorry. If residents who are on BREDAC would have to submit a CORA, is that accomplishing what you're asking for?
Oh, no, I wouldn't want to do that. I'm referring to members. It didn't say that only council members would have to do this. It was perhaps in the way it was presented to the interim city attorney, not the way I presented it. It reads, council members may read commission minutes in order to find out what is being considered by a committee. Council members will make extensive use of staff reports and commission and board reports and minutes. Those are the only two that are applicable under 2F.
So
And
you're asking.
Unfortunately, the minutes are only the agenda items. There aren't any recommendations or suggestions listed. So as we move forward to do the report for the city council, we're unable to do so. So I would be fine. There's two members who are having difficulty making it to the meeting, and one of them was told he would be able to watch the meetings from home. And you weren't there, but Craig and I interviewed all of these people, and it's extraordinarily frustrating.
I don't have any issue at all with what you're asking for. I just want to make sure that people who are on BREDAC, who are residents, would be able to access the same material that you're requesting to be amended through council policy, but not through specific CORA request requirements for residents.
I'm not allowed to do it because I am governed by these two council policies, according to the city attorney's office. So I would like to be able to do it in order to help prepare the report.
Just for clarification, Councilmember Noble, per Councilmember Grimes' question, are you requesting approval by council for members of the public to have access to recordings, BREAC, and fellow council members? Or are you asking for access for yourself?
I'm asking for anyone. I am big into transparency. Democracy
Okay.
dies in darkness.
So my question to Mr. Rogers would be, I'm not even clear whether or not those meetings are regularly recorded and
That's what I'm trying to change, is to change the council policy.
so you're asking that those meetings be recorded?
They are recorded now. They have been recorded. 3 of the 4 meetings were recorded. The first meeting was not recorded. The following 3 were recorded. The idea would be that 5 would be recorded also. 5 is when we have someone in from an economic development corporation, for example, or an economic development committee, someone who comes in from Adams County Workforce Development. We have a lot happening in 5 as well. If I had known that no one was taking, writing down suggestions and recommendations to share.
All right, timeout, I got to interject. I need a motion and a second to extend the automatic adjournment by 30 minutes.
Pardon me?
I need a motion and a second to extend the automatic adjournment by 30 minutes. Councilmember Hurst?
Can I amend that to 15?
Nope, the ordinance is 30-minute increments.
So moved.
I have a motion to extend the automatic adjournment by 30 minutes. Is there a second?
Oh, that's what you mean. Yes, I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second to extend the automatic adjournment by 30 minutes. Is there any discussion?
I'm gonna have to ask to be excused because I got some deadlines I gotta make and, no.
Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Give me a hand on the nay if you voted nay. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're adjourned.
We didn't get to do it.